Some English, some Irish, some Scots, and some mainland European folk walked into a bar. Welcome to the Whiskey Novice Christmas party. Good evening. Good evening. There was a small panic. It wouldn't be a Whiskey Novice Monday night if there wasn't a small panic, because as I was just explaining to those guests who I have in the green room right now, I was having a small issue with my internet connection tonight, something that I don't often have. And just for some reason, of course, tonight it happened to happen. But so whenever I clicked go live, it didn't go live. It just sat down. But thankfully, it has come. It's come good now, and let's hope that it will remain so. There's no reason why it shouldn't. I'm going to dip in before I say any more. I'm just going to take a quick jump into the chat and see who's in. Ruben Duff in early doors. Thank you. Graham Horner in early doors as well. Good to see you, Graham, as always. Multi-mission, I would like to think, was here. Yep. Lee J. Brown, good to see you. Pete Head, Frank, good to see you, my friend, as always. Daniel Vermas, good to see you. Let's see. Jeff Whiskey, welcome. Udran Drinker, welcome, guys. Alan McLaughlin, good to have you in. Both, Mrs. New Jam Drinker, they've come as a group tonight. Peter Box, good to have you in, buddy. So there's Radic. Hello, my friend. Jimmy Jazz, good evening. And I'm going to try my hardest to keep an eye on the Jay Francis, Johnny H. I'm going to try my hardest to keep an eye on what's going on in the chat. Floyd Rodriguez, Hellswed, Whiskey Shared, Arnie Tiger. Good crowd. Good to see you folks. Mark Slinger. Yes, I will try to keep my eye on what's going on. I meant to actually set up somebody to keep an eye, but I completely forgot. But it doesn't matter. Listen, it has been too long since I have been in the bosom of the community. I've explained myself. I'll not carry on giving excuses, but it's good to be back. That's all I'll say. I really do hope you had a good holiday. I always go to say Christmas, but we don't all celebrate Christmas. I have to remind myself these things that we don't all celebrate in the same way. So whatever you did, I hope you had a good time, and I hope you're all feeling well. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you've all had a wee dram or two. I hope if you've got one poured now, what I'll do before I go any further is I will throw up the let's see if I can do this without messing this up. I may just, yeah. I knew I would do that. Hold on. The samples. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go back, because it is, let's face it, it's Jim's Money Malt samples. The samples will still be getting drank. So there's samples on the table here, and I'll fire up to you once I've let the guests in. They're standing patiently waiting at the door. Once I've let them in, I'll show you what the samples will be for tonight. And if you have any of what I'm drinking, please feel free to sip along. Gavin is in. There's a few more. Donner Pass, Tim, Des. I'm going to struggle to keep up with this tonight. As Daniel Vermas says, familiar faces, but that is good to see. Budget Drams Lee is in. Anybody wondering what I'm sipping at the minute? I'm warming up with an old-fashioned. I haven't had a drink in a couple of days. I think I was saving myself for tonight. Plus, I did drink probably too much on Christmas Day. So what I'm sipping tonight is this Pars old-fashioned mix, which was something I sort of shied away with when I seen it coming out and said, I'll just make my own old-fashions, thanks. Why would I think that that's going to be but would you believe it is actually very good? it makes for a good old-fashioned. Just fire over ice, slice of orange or orange peel, and very good. That's the sales pitch done. But it's a good way to warm up. So that was a fairly quick introduction. I just see the comment there. I really should be checking these comments. Yeah, it is cold outside, baby. But not, you can stand there a while longer, Menno. As I say, a few others, Chris, come in there. And yeah, as I say, that was a quick introduction. I'm going to bring these people back in because I'll move the things along if I can. Why not? I've got a full itinerary sitting right here. And if I don't sort of stick to some sort of plan like that, because I'm quite anal, that would mess me up if I don't stick to some sort of plan. And the plan didn't have them in for another 10 minutes yet. But hell, if I can bring them in now, I think I'll maybe upset them. Drew from AZ's in. Good to see you, buddy. So I'll just do it this way, and then I'll unmute them as they come. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the European, the mainland Europe contingency of, well, not the only mainland Europe contingency, but I mean a good portion of it, of the whiskey community. I'll go around using order. Whiskey Pilgrim, Frederick.
Cheers.
Greg, I completely blew this straight away because I did tell these people that I would bring them in smaller portions than this. But you're all here now. So I kept you sitting out there too long. It was annoying me. I felt bad for you. So everybody still hear me all right? Everybody still...
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Perfect.
Good stuff. So yes, let's go around. It's Frederick, the Whiskey Pilgrim. Good evening. Tell you what I'll do. I'll focus on you one at a time. Would it be safe to say, Frederick, are we going to see the demise of the Whiskey Pilgrim and the birth of a Dram Divided, or will the Whiskey Pilgrim still exist as well?
It will still exist. It will still exist.
Right.
It's just an extension, basically.
That's all right. I was actually starting to worry about that because
I know. I think a lot of people
fall in love with the Whiskey Pilgrim a bit. You know, I don't want to lose. I know you who you are now, and it's. I don't want to lose you, Greg. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for having me. And with all this good company, awesome.
Indeed.
Cheers, everyone.
I hope you're feeling well. I know this year has brought a few, as with Frederick, a few health issues, but I hope you guys are on top form again.
Well, we're trying. As long as we have positive vibrations, honestly, it helps. I'm gonna go back to this later on, but it's really awesome, the whiskey community. So it brings us a lot of energy.
Yes, indeed it does, my friend. Luna, welcome. Can I tell you, guys, part of the reason why I asked you, I mean, you're thanking me for inviting you. I just can't thank you enough for coming on. What I'm trying to do tonight, or what part of what I was hoping to do tonight, was I had hoped to have all of you on as guests individually at some point in 2020. Some of you I had, some of you I hadn't. And just because things changed for me, and I just couldn't get round to it. So I thought, well, tonight's the night where I'll make up for that and get this all in together, and then at some point next year, then I'll have you in individually again. And Luna, it's brilliant to have you on finally.
Finally, and I'm having your sample actually. It's a Tullibardine.
The Tullibardine Sovereign.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And it was a big year for you as well. You moved home. Which, as we all know, is
at the beginning of the pandemic, to tell you, in March. We moved in March and finally settled in somehow. Some boxes still standing around, but I think they wouldn't mind standing around for another 10 years, so that's perfect.
we've all done it at some point, and it is just it's the most stressful thing, like to move home. And finally, in this group, Menno, my friend,
Good evening.
good to see you again.
Good to see you.
We well, as I said to you earlier, I was going to actually dip into 2020 and see what was wrong with it. But what was right?
Was something wrong with 2020?
It was perfect, wasn't it? Great year.
It was a great year.
But you wrote something today. You released a piece today, and I think most of us here have read it, and it summed it up better than I ever could. So what I'll actually do is I'll just post. What I've actually done is I've posted a link to your website, to your blog site, in the chat. And anybody who hasn't read that piece that Menno released today, I would highly recommend it, because it sums up 2020 very well as far as I was concerned. So it sums up 2020 very well for this community.
Indeed. That was a bit of the point as well.
Yeah, because I didn't know most of you guys. I could probably safely say that I knew of you. Your names were there. We all sing the same names, but I didn't know you. And I feel like this year, just through watching videos, just through being in chat rooms with you, I feel like this year I've actually got to know you. And it is an absolute pleasure. It genuinely is. I think we'd all agree that Greg said it. There's good vibes in the community, and it makes for a happy place. Agreed?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. It helped a lot this year, I have to say.
So what I'm going to do is get into my samples and see what we've got. First sample, just because anybody, as I say, who wishes to have a go. Frederick, you actually tried. Is this the one you tried?
The Sempion one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it from Luna. It's very interesting. Very
Yeah.
interesting. I think it was the
Same here.
white wine cask matured or something.
I'm actually going to
Austrian.
I'm actually
Swiss, Swiss.
Swish. Okay.
Swiss, yeah.
I've made a small mistake. Anybody who's watching this, I'm actually on the Sempion first, ahead of the High Coast Alva. I'll get to it in a moment. But I just, as I said to our guests before we come on, I just wanted to try something from mainland Europe that I had in my sample collection, because as I also said to them, any of us here in the UK will know that at any moment they could just turn Europe off and we'll not be allowed to speak to them again. I hope they're wrong, but so yes, I'll keep that in there. If anybody wishes to see that, just give me a shout and I will call it up again. That is an interesting nose, Luna, it has to be said.
So how would you categorize it? Would you actually categorize it as whiskey, or is it more like just a spirit aged in casks?
It's not like anything I've ever smelt before, put it like that. It seems very... I've said this a couple of times in reviews, that if nose feel is a thing, it noses very dry.
I think that's maybe from the white wine casks, but yeah. Greg would be much wiser in that, certainly.
I don't know this whiskey, I have to say. But I have on the table whiskeys matured or finished in white wine casks.
I'm actually quite impressed that we've got something that Greg's never tried.
Oh, there's a lot of things I never tried, believe me.
I watched your review of this, Frederick.
Yeah.
But I think it was at the time, so I don't really remember what you thought of it.
No, but that's I did quite a few. So, but I did like it. It was very different, though. It was very different.
Very different.
But I'm very glad to have tried it, because I probably would never thought of trying that whiskey. I never seen it. So,
did you say, Menno, that Luna had sent you?
Yeah, I got a sample from Luna as well a while back. I think I've exchanged several samples with Luna. And it was indeed, like you said, it's not your average whiskey at all.
No.
But it's not all malted barley as well. I think there's other things in it as well.
Yeah, there's spelt in it.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
it's basically, I think it's some kind of ancient wheat
Yeah.
grain.
Wow.
So, but it's malted spelt. So they actually malted, and it's a kind of not kind of green or biodynamic distillery, but they try to have it all from their region, the Sempione region in Switzerland. So I think it's Italian-speaking Switzerland. I'm not too sure. So they try to have it all from the same region, and all the malt is malted in the region, and I think they mature it in some on some altitude as well. So they do give a lot of thought to it, but I think it's a very different experience from a Scotch.
Yeah, agreed. It actually it takes a moment, but it opens up. I've actually had this poured, but I think I'm making a mistake. I'm making a mistake currently, or well,
Oh, the order of tasting.
It's not even the order of tasting. I think it's because that's probably not a bad place to start. But I think it's more the fact that I cap them and maybe leave them capped too long, and just they need to sit and open a bit, and rather than remaining capped, because I'm actually sitting pouring my next sample here now, so it's getting a bit of air because this is opening now, and I'm getting hints of it's like watermelon or something. It's not an obviously strong fruit, but it's just something that even you would say that watermelon's not a heavily strong smelling fruit, but it is very different. That was well described, Luna, whenever you said, is it like a spirit that has been
Yeah.
Luna, is it close to the whiskey we talked about, I think, together, the Bosch German whiskey, which I have somewhere? Because it's spelled as well.
I actually don't know that whiskey, but I think spelt gives a slightly different taste because it's just as a different grain, and I think they use. I'm not sure if they use copper pot stills or pot stills at all. I'm not too sure about that. Because I think in continental Europe, particularly in Germany or German-speaking parts, you have a lot of just stainless steel.
And Holstein, for instance.
Yeah, exactly. Like you produce corn or something. So German corn, which is basically a wheat spirit. So,
okay.
So they might be using these kind of these kind of stills. I'm not really too sure, but certainly a distillery to check out, and they have also different expressions, also different cask maturation and different grains.
I've never had a texture like this in any whiskey.
But that's the interesting thing, and it really highlights the importance of the grain that you're using, because another example is the French whiskey from Blé Noir or buckwheat, and that's also miles away from what you would call a Scotch. I think Greg's more familiar with it. I only had it once when I was on vacation in Bretagne, and it's interesting, but it's definitely not Scotch or even Irish or basically another malt whiskey at all.
So it's closer to an apple brandy, some kind of apple brandy. But then they are starting to move and to mix grain that are more traditional to whiskey. So they have different recipes. But buckwheat, I think, is almost unique in the world, except probably these last year's experimentations in a lot of distilleries in the United States and elsewhere. I think now we have the array of different cereals and yeast strains you have in the United States, for instance, in the craft distilleries, is bigger than ever. When you see only the Koval range, even if I haven't tried everything from them, There has so many different. They have oat. They have millet. I don't know how to pronounce this in English. They have
Millet,
5
I
or
think.
6
Yeah.
Yeah, millet.
lots of experimentations these days.
Because this here is like the only way I can describe it's not the flavor, it's the texture. The only way I can describe it is like as the Americans would say cotton candy, we call it candy floss, where it just disappears but leaves a lovely lovely sensation. And the
Ah, yeah, that's
flavor
true.
all remains. It you know the way cotton candy just melts on your tongue and disappears. This is the same idea, and I've never had anything like it. It's quite impressive. I really like that.
It's good to surprise people.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely. Yeah.
Greg,
Well done. You know.
that's why I'll quite happily always call myself the Whiskey Novice. I will always be surprised by what you guys say.
Well, you're all a novice of someone, you know.
Right. Before we move on to another sample, I'll pick off Frederick and Greg. I'm going to say pick off. I'm going to ask you, Frederick, whiskey moment of 2020. I know 2020 was a disaster for most of, but we still had big moments. There was big moments happened in whiskey. So for you, for 2020, what was it?
I would definitely say all the samples I've been given by people in the community. So, and also, you know, the whole My Hand of Doom thing I did, the series, since I could, you know, try these samples blind, basically. It was really interesting. They were interesting, you know. I really loved it. So that was probably my highlight. I mean, 2020 has been what it is, but we're still here drinking, having a great time. So
exactly. And 2021, what does that bring? What I know you've got the new channel coming, which we're all looking forward to.
Yeah.
So any other highlights that
exploring more Irish whiskey? Definitely. No, I mean, I'm just starting getting into it, so yeah, see what that leads, basically.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Greg. 2020. I know you've had big issues, but there's in whiskey. What was your highlight?
Of course. Well, of course, it's the generosity of the whiskey community, but I will leave that for the second question you had. But for the first question, I have to say it has been a big surprise for me that I've been put off these last 5 years, let's say, or so, by French distilleries. Not my two favorite ones, which are there, Glenarmor and Armoric, but I found once you pass those two monsters, those two pillars, also historically of French whiskey, there was not really something interesting for a decade or so. And then in a few years, there's an explosion of French distilleries and indie bottlers and refiners. And now I have hope. 2020 gave me a bit of hope, especially with one brand, that things can be better than what I supposed until now. That is that even with wine finishes or wine maturation, because French have an issue with how to stand out against the Scotch. I don't want to be too long. So basically, even with around 80 distilleries we have now, supposed to have 80, I only checked 40 or 50, the amount of production of all them gathered together is still under the capacity of liters of alcohol per annum of Kilchoman, to give you an idea.
Yeah, very small distillery. Yeah.
Whiskey-wise, only, of course, not talking of the other spirits, but for whiskey, it's still very small and not much exported, except those two brands I talked about. So but it's growing as the demand grows, and I have on the table several examples, but that give me hope for the future of French whiskey. And it was about time.
Yeah, it's weird because I never thought of, but then again, as the novice, we'll call myself the novice, keep bringing it in.
For the trésor légendaire, Jim.
Whiskey was something of like most other people who were new to it, whenever they come into it, Scotland, Ireland, America, Japan, and then you very, very quickly learn about all these, that everywhere's making it. You learn that India is probably the biggest producer in the world. You learn all this, or is the biggest producer in the world, and it all starts to become this thing that, for me especially, you can't stop talking about, and it gives always, it doesn't make friends in normal circles, because nobody wants to know all this bullshit whenever you're talking to them. But in this community, I just love it, and it's especially the whole. I couldn't believe how big it was in France, how big it was in Sweden, how big it was in Germany. And it makes for a very small, compact world, but a brilliant world where whiskey is concerned. So 2021, Greg.
Yeah, 2021, this will not surprise anyone. This is about the hope of sharing things, such a generosity on the table and everywhere from the whiskey community. Even in swaps, it's not a question of gifts only. But I have to be honest, I'm not sure it will happen in 2021. I know I'm gonna make some faces, but hopefully in winter 2021, the cool thing will be to meet all these nice people, these amazing people that we are in touch now with the different forums and chats and platforms, and your channel, my channel, others, every channel of ours, and even those who don't have channel, we don't care. As long as you communicate like that, you are channels yourselves, Luna. And Luna, by the way, you could run your channel. You did so well in New Drum Drinkers, one of his videos. I know you don't want to hear that. So yeah, 2021, Jim, basically having hopefully the possibility to meet one of those guys, one more than one, but to meet some of you guys. And share because whiskey is all about sharing. Of course we can send stuff, but we want to see smile on the faces. We don't say, oh you said this note, but that reminds me of this, and I'm gonna take another bottle and let you try it. So but it's sharing needs meeting. So looking forward to the possibility of this. Let's stay positive.
I think an awful lot of us were in the same boat as myself, where 2020, that was my plan for 2020.
Now, we're supposed to meet some of us, but
yeah, exactly. Now, as Menno said in his piece today, that I think what we did do, and I'm actually going to post that again, Menno, I'm going to keep posting it.
Yeah, go ahead. The more the merrier.
At least because of what's happened this year, and Menno said it, and I'm going to change his words slightly, but what we were fit to do was put faces to names. Finally, and there are those of us, Frederick, Greg, and myself, who are out there, putting our face out there and show, but Luna and Menno, it was so, especially, it was so nice to actually speak to you guys face to face, shall we say, but actually get out there and feels like a physical conversation that we're having, more so than something that's just in a and I don't know. I mean, it didn't make any difference. It was nice to be in chat rooms, etc. But it just felt different. It felt nice to be there, but it would feel so much nicer, as Greg says, to be physically in
sure.
There.
Absolutely, yeah.
And also here you do music live as well, Jim, if I can say.
Well, I'll we'll see. We'll drop a bomb there because that might not happen again, but we'll see. Anyway, before I get to Luna and Menno, I'm moving on to another sample, and this is the one where, as I said, this was the High Coast Dalve.
There's an A missing, right? Somewhere.
Yeah, there's an E missing. Yeah,
it's an extra V.
Or
So
yeah.
apologies,
Dalve.
Dalva.
What does it mean, delving, Fredrik? Is it a special meaning?
Oh,
or-
I don't speak that language. It's called Sami, or Samisk. I don't know the English.
Ah.
They are reindeer herders up north. It's, herd people. So I can't speak that language. But I think it means something like dawn or dawn of the new day or something like that.
Oh,
How
yeah.
different is it actually from Swedish, the Swami
Yeah, High
language?
Coast is from because of that. I think that's a sample I sent to Jim. So.
The Sami people, Luna. What did you say?
How different is the language to Swedish?
I think it's different. I mean, I live down the south and it's way up the north, so I've never really heard it because I'm not exposed to that culture down here. I'm more exposed to like Danish culture, for example.
Okay,
since
and
I'm more
it's,
closer to Denmark.
and it's more of a nomadic culture as well, isn't it? So
Yeah, I think so. They are, with their reindeers going around and all that stuff. So it's quite an interesting. I have met people that are like half or have, 25% or something like that, Sami, but never met anyone else. So I can't really speak about it.
Sassy B says it means winter. Is that all right?
Yeah, Sandra, exactly. Thanks,
Hi,
Sandra.
Sassy. She's from Sweden.
Yeah, one of my friends.
Excellent. Sassy, it's good to see you.
She
Sandra.
likes hikers.
Good call from Radek, if I may say, Luna. Sorry to bother you again.
oh god,
It's
I
your
know.
fault. You should
the next
have
person is going to
failed
kill me.
for the video.
Well, listen, I tell
Now
you
we
what,
want more.
I was introduced to, sort of introduced myself to High Coast because, like yourself, Frederick, I wasn't a massive fan of McMara.
No.
It's
okay.
an understatement. Frederick is just
Okay.
I've seen a few of you. I've seen enough of your reviews to know that you've said you're not a massive fan.
They can do really good stuff.
Oh, they can.
Yeah,
they can.
But
It's a matter of opinion as well. I haven't tried everything they've done.
Yeah.
Should I be honest? This is what you need to try.
Right.
I think Luna got a sample of this.
you keep showing that bottle, but it's a closed distillery.
Yeah, no.
But it's awesome. Honestly, so much more interesting than McMahon.
Yeah.
Well, I had this is the Dalva, and I bought myself a bottle of the half. I'm going to say half, yes.
Yeah.
And it was actually then Menno contacted me pretty much soon after that and said you got to try something else because it is good. And I don't know. There was quite a few people. Whenever I said that I wasn't a massive, it's not that I'm not going to go back on it. But my problem with McMara was some of them, and already seen somebody coming in here and saying about how much they like this. I think it was Che Francis about the Svenskak. I find a bitter. There's a bitterness in the finish of it, which I'm not a fan of, and it just put me off. And then I found it in other ones, and then I tried some others and really enjoyed them. So they're not all. I'm not saying I'm not a fan of the distillery, just whiskies. And quite a few people came to me and said, "You've got to try High Coast."
Yes, you need.
And straight away, as I say, I bought myself a bottle of the Have and loved it. To me, it was really good, well produced, fresh, well made whiskey. And as I say, I was delighted whenever Menno sent me this. But this is the first time I've opened it, so I'm going to ask you as a question, all of you, who described this? All right, now this is a bit of a simple question, in fairness for you guys, but it was described as, and I have it written down somewhere. Here we are.
Okay.
Coastal seaweed, smoky, salty, and this will maybe give it away. Italian vanilla ice cream.
That must be me.
That was you.
Yeah. Italian ice cream. I used to say that a lot way back.
Haven't tried it enough. I don't have it home. I have two other ones. I have the Timmer. I advise you now to Jim, who likes peat, his peat lightly peated. You have to try the Timmer, and it's very good value.
I have this one. This is a single cask release they did.
I think I actually have to pick up my sample if I have not drunk that already. But It's in the other box, in the international box. I have a box of Scotch and a box of international. Just give me a second. Back in a sec. I'm well prepared.
No problem. It's because, do you know,
No, I think, yeah.
Frederick
Yeah.
nosing this for the first time? I'm literally just nosing it for the first time. You're 100% correct, I would say. Coastal, yep, seaweed, yep. There is a light, you said it yourself, there is a light peatiness there. It's there, definitely.
And it's closer, let's be honest, to the Scottish whiskey profile than McMyra. That's also maybe why we love it.
Yeah.
But they're very good in what they're doing. 3 years old, I tried.
It's a mixture. It's a mixture of peated and unpeated barley, and it's around 5 years old.
Yeah, 5-6 years.
Yeah.
I should get me one.
From an ex-bourbon cask. I mean, it's ticking a lot of the right boxes for me.
Yeah. If you want to go a step further there, I would say high coast berg or berg. I don't know how you say that. It means mountain in Sweden. Right. It's really good. It's just 50% and it's sherry cask matured. Wonderful. Costs like 50 euros here. Really good.
You see,
really wonderful.
Yet again, it's the price that they put these out at, I think, is because what sort of size are these distilleries, Frederick?
I have no idea. My McMyra is the biggest one. I think High Coast might be the second one. But they're so, I mean, I don't know how many we have here in Sweden, like 10 or 12 distilleries we have here. My closest is Ven or Spirit of Ven. Yeah. But I don't know how much you do. I mean, when you go into their website, for like
100.
Yeah, High Coast. I mean, they are very transparent what we're doing. You know, you can basically get the recipe for how you can make this whiskey yourself, basically.
Yeah.
That's how much they put out the information on every bottle they do. It's really cool, actually.
So they're switching currently from 100,000 liters to 300,000 liters because of the success they have now.
Right.
Yeah.
They're getting noticed then.
Yeah, and Dalve was actually supposed to be, I think it was like a limited edition or something they did, released once a year, but due to the high demand of it, people really liked it. It became their first core range whiskey they did.
Yeah, it's because I think this is batch 3 or batch 4 already, so and that's from 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, I have, I think, like the second one, but when they were still called Box instead of High Coast.
Yeah, because this is batch 8 you've sent me according to this, Menno. Is it batch 8?
I think I know I've sent you a sample of this, but I don't know. Maybe somebody else sent you one as well.
Oh, this is yours. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's really good quality. Greg, actually, I wouldn't compare it to McMyra. I'm not going to put the two against each other because they're both good at what they do. Just as I say, McMyra's not for me necessarily, but at the same time, and I hate comparing these ones to Scotches either, because to me they've got their own identity. But it's very good, very good.
Well, I say closer to the style. I didn't say mimicking.
Yeah.
But I don't. Perhaps there are some non-Scotch distilleries trying to mimic the Scotch style, but I don't think you can really on purpose recreate a particular style to copy or to mimic somebody else's profile. I think in the end, what comes of the some are trying, but I think in the end, what comes of the still and what gets put in a cask will have its own character. I mean, there's a Belgian distillery, and the whiskey they produce is has really Scotch-like profile, but I think it's merely a coincidence than a well-attempted copycat thing.
Yeah.
You're not talking about Belgium, all right?
Menno, and it happens. It's happening all over the world. I think it's just one of those things that if you produce single malt in a specific way, somebody's going to compare it. Somebody's going to say, "I would taste like this or taste like that." You just can't. You can't stop people doing that. It's But anyway, listen, yes, Frederick, I would, and Menno, thank you for sending me this, and I totally agree with your tasting notes, Frederick, and that I'm even
thanks.
getting said about peanut and banana. I can see where
Yeah,
you're coming
nice
from.
ester, nice esters components.
So, moving on, Luna, 2020.
Do I have to?
Have to, but I mean, I'm sure we've
Just
all
read Menno.
No, honestly, 2020, community-wise, it was a blast. Actually, I think it was so much fun and so eye-opening what actually technology can do, and what how technology can actually be a tool to bring people closer together from everywhere around the world. And that was a great experience. And in the first lockdown, it even brought people together living in the same town, because you could not see each other. But then you could have, I don't know, Andrew in Australia, or people from South Africa just coming in and having a chat with them as if they were your next door neighbors. And that's actually a great experience, I think.
Yep. No, totally agree. And
Yeah.
as you say, it's the fact that it was from all over the world. I had never really planned on doing this. As far as I'm concerned, I live in I mean, the language. Well, we're all adults. I would say I live in but fuck nowhere. But you know, it's to be able to reach out and be able to speak to people from all over the world, as you said, just is incredible. And this community makes it easy, because I think we're all like-minded people, and we all can get along. So 2021, casting aside what is happening now and probably isn't going to go away anytime soon, but casting that aside, Luna, 2021, are there any whiskey highlights you're looking forward to?
Meeting possibly in person, whenever, wherever. And the obvious choice, I think, would be the Republic of Ireland, because there will not be a border anymore between yous and people down south, right? So I don't know, just meeting people in real life. I don't know, Marcus Kreitner said something about Vienna, meeting people in Vienna. That's not too far off. I mean, or just moving, having a short trip to Paris, or just that is just 3 hours on the train for me, and it's not far, right? So
We were so close, Luna.
yeah, I mean, it's closer than Berlin, or closer than anything.
I mean, we were so close to make it before that COVID, all the things.
But
yeah,
knock on wood, I think I actually think second half of 2021 is maybe a good time to plan anything in person, to meet in person. That would be a great thing to do.
Yeah, no,
before that, I'm not making any plans.
Yeah, 100%, because
it's difficult.
You know, the plan was,
if we're allowed to move, but it's another question.
Yeah, I mean, the initial forecast was Lindbergh, wasn't it? And you know, let's do Lindbergh, God. And then it's now looking like as if that
raving to go there sometime.
Lindbergh is in April. I don't think it's going to happen.
No. So it's
probably the most important fair in the world, in my opinion, even if I never went there. But I know people who went there, and I saw the website, the pictures of a famous, whiskey specialist that wrote about Lindbergh and added 20-30 pictures each year. And just to see the offer on the stands, you can even faint just looking at the picture if you're passionate about whiskey. That when you see 20-30 independent bottlers and almost all the distilleries around, it's crazy.
And
You
it's just
can
a small
try.
town, so you actually have to stay in Frankfurt. And the plan for this year was to stay in a hotel close to Frankfurt main station and just hop on the S-Bahn and go to Limburg. That's just, I think, I don't know, 40 minutes. And then you still have Frankfurt on your doorstep, and basically you can come back and have dinner in Frankfurt, which is actually a bit more interesting than Limburg, because Limburg is just basically behind the moon, just almost as remote as some places in Northern Ireland. I'm not naming names.
There's a description in Dutch as well that it's similar to what Jim said. It's somewhere on Pluto's arse, as they say.
My God. Oh, it's
Yeah.
very
But it's just a real shame that, I mean, these things, I mean, we'll get it together. It'll sort itself out, I'm sure. But I think we're just better off casting off and saying, let's not plan anything in the near future.
Oh, yeah,
anyway.
we have to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Menno,
Yeah.
2020, my friend.
Well, it started good. I remember very well that on the first dram I poured on January the 1st of this year was actually the Kilkerran 8. So things got off on a good start, and then it pretty much went downhill from there. But I managed to squeeze in one whiskey festival in early March, where I met a few other Belgian barflies. So that was pretty cool. I also met Kenny McDonald from Dramore Butlers, who was there as well. And I ended up chatting with him for almost an hour. So that was a really interesting day. But I mean, literally 4 or 5 days later, the lockdown happened, and everything from then has been virtual and online. So pretty much a story from everyone else, I think.
Sorry, yes, I agree. And sorry, I just seen a comment from Graham Horner there, who doesn't live a million miles away from. Yeah, Graham, we'll have to. Just as long as it's not before you, or as long as it's not after 8 o'clock. We're actually in a 8 o'clock shutdown at the minute. So 2021, Menno, if 2020 has gone, what do you hope for anyway? I mean,
well, like Nuna said, and the others as well, to have a bit of normality restored. But the way things are evolving, everyone's raving now about the vaccines are being distributed, and but I think it will be well past the summer of 2021 before we actually can even think about traveling abroad, meeting people on a larger scale.
Yeah. I think the point is a larger scale. I think some of us might be vaccinated. I'm a teacher, so I might be vaccinated earlier because, got to do the job, right? So got to keep on working. But I think middle of the year, before we allowed
they
to
already did a sort of prognosis for Belgium, and we're a nation of 11 million people, so that's not the biggest in the world for sure. Sorry, but even then they said, well, first we're going to do the elderly and the people working in healthcare, and then we'll move on from there. So before it's my turn, I'm 41, it'll be middle of the summer or even after that. So
but hey, as I said, I mean, it's great to think that we've discovered this. We didn't discover
Absolutely.
it. We discovered it prior to us.
Yeah,
but I mean, that we've got it. We've got it to keep in contact with each other. It's new to us. I think that'd be the better way to explain it. But not new to us in such a way that I think we're all very capable. We all know what we're doing here, and it's just great to be able to, as I said earlier.
And I think it's here to stay as well. It won't be the case that because things go back to normal that the virtual thing will diminish. I think it will be not an either other story, but I think it will be both. Because no matter how you turn it, it's here now. People have grown accustomed to it. They like it.
Yeah,
It's a
there's
perfect, a
demand.
brilliant way to do exactly this. I don't have to travel to Northern Ireland or to Sweden or to Paris to chat with you. I can do it from my own living room, and that's a great deal.
And while the postal service is still working,
Oh,
I think as soon as life is a bit back to normal, postal services will be a bit more reliable again.
yeah.
I think.
yeah. Listen, guys, I
Yeah.
can't
I'm
thank.
so sorry.
I can see guests popping up from the next the next phase of the stream.
Sure.
So
no problem.
Sure.
listen, honestly, the idea, as I said to you earlier, was to have you all on at some point during 2020. That would have been part of my dream. Life changed for me a little, and it just didn't happen. But it's great to have you on tonight. And Frederick, I will have you on again at a later date. Luna, I will have you on later date. Greg, you and I already had plans, so that'll happen. You and I already had plans, so that'll happen again. So these things, thankfully, don't have to go away. We can make them happen.
Sure.
Thank you so much for joining me. It really
you.
is.
As well.
And
No, again, thank you.
Just a pleasure.
Thank you. Pleasure.
thank you for the samples.
And thanks for posting such creative and fun intros in your
Absolutely.
videos, Jim.
Cheers, Greg.
Cheers.
Listen, guys, if you are about later on, if you don't mind, if you want to log out now and come back in, I imagine around about, well, if you're watching the stream anyway, you'll know when it's starting to wrap.
We
If
will.
you wish to log in again, come back in and we can say our good nights that way. But listen, thank you again.
Yeah.
Cheers.
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 Happy New
Cheers.
Year.
Cheers to
Happy
the
New
next
Year.
guest. Happy New Year. Later
You
on.
take care.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yes, that was great to have them guys on. As I say, that I had any of you who've been watching my live streams will know that I've had Greg on prior. I've had Menno was on recently, and I just never got round to actually having Frederick on as a guest or Luna, but I had always intended to do so. So briefly, quickly, before I bring on my next guests, who are very patiently waiting in the green room, I will dip into the chat here and see if there, because I've seen a lot of chat going on, missed a lot of people. Sassy B, it was thank you for joining in. Sandra, I believe they said your name was. Welcome. Neil Laverty was in. I missed you earlier, Neil. James Morgan. There was a few drams and draws. Tony, good to see you. Tony, there'll be samples of yours coming up later. I will fire up the sample list again in a moment once I introduce my next guests. There was always some great chat from Daniel Vermaas and Radic. Graham, yes, at some point, mate, we'll just, you can drive. That's all I'll say. You can drive and I'll have a drink. Let's see. No Nonsense Whiskey. Vin is in. We will see Vin very soon if you hang around. Let's see. Peter Box was in. Yes. David Owen, good to see you. I seen somebody else. Ivo. There was somebody else come in earlier and I missed them, but I apologize. The chat will go on, as we all know, and it's very difficult to keep up with it. But I'm going to bring in the next two guests first of all. I was supposed to do this right there, do this way the last time, and got it wrong. So we'll try and get it right this time. And the first one I'm going to pull in yet again, another guy, two guys that I should have had on the next four guests should have been on my live streams in 2020. And just through what happened, didn't because of my situation. So I'm delighted that they've actually been able to do so now. And first of all, it's Toby and Chris. It wasn't the Crown. I nearly forgot your name. Would you believe? Even though you've written down there. But I now know when Chris actually introduced himself earlier on. Well, didn't introduce himself. I knew him prior to this, but said about "All Hail the King," and I did not know what he was talking about. But it's not just the crown; it's what's going on below it. Yeah, there we go.
Puddings.
Chris and Toby, welcome, my friends.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Chris.
Right, Tobes.
It is. Listen, guys, it's great to finally have you on. It really is. I apologise that I haven't had you on sooner. As I say, things change, circumstances change, and I just couldn't make it this year. But we're here now. How are you keeping? Toby
Yeah,
first.
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I'm good. Just recovered from having filmed 24 episodes of my advent calendar of mystery samples. So I'm glad that's finally over, because even though it's fun, it's hard work. So
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, who would have thought drinking's hard work?
I've got everybody's name written down, as in, and I've got a tagline beside them, and beside Toby, I've got Advent calendar written. I just thought that man has got a constitution that I am proud of. No, fair play to you, brother. And what episodes of it I did see, didn't see them all, but excellent as always, because it's something that you did last year as well.
Yeah, so I tried to change it a little bit this year. So last year it was basically getting all of the bottles that I have in my house, either opened or unopened, and all the samples I had, and basically getting them blind poured into bottles. So I just didn't know what I had. Some were familiar, some weren't, and it was testing my knowledge. But obviously I've moved on a bit this year. I've probably done not enough blind tastings. So I decided to just do it purely based on samples, so things I'd never tried before. And as people had sent me so many samples this year, being obviously in such a trying time, everybody's just sending samples to each other to share their whiskey. I had so many whiskies that I hadn't got around to trying. So it was over 100 samples, and 24 of those were picked. And yeah, I had fun trying to work out what they were. And
it's incredible. And it was really, I mean, it's something, as you said, it's testing you. And that's the thing about it, that it's testing your knowledge. And like myself, like Chris, like all our guests, as you move on, you learn day and daily.
Yeah.
And what you were doing there, because I know you used to do an awful lot of blind tasting in your earlier videos.
Yeah.
And that was, I mean, you were challenging yourself very early on there, but it was great to see. It's great to see you doing that.
From my point of view, I think you can get a bit complacent and you become familiar with flavors. So you almost just want to review whiskies that you've either recently bought or ones people have sent you samples of. So you know what it is. You have preconceived ideas of what's in the glass, what it will taste like, and hopefully it lives up to those and you pick up those flavors. But I think some of that is subliminal, because you do know what it is. And, even things like when you buy a bottle of whiskey and you like the bottle design, I think that makes you think that the whiskey tastes a certain way or makes you feel a certain way. So as soon as that's removed, you have to use your senses to pick out what you've got, and you've got to be honest, because that's all you've got to go by.
100%. 100%.
And it's the best way to learn. So
moving on to His Highness beside you there. I don't need to ask you how your year went, Chris, because we've all seen your diary. We all know what you were up to. How you feeling now, big fella?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm not that big either, thanks. I'm good. Yeah, I'm sort of 95, 98% there as such with regards to COVID. If you didn't know, I had COVID.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. That's why I was asking.
I mean, it probably sucks arse more than anything I've ever had. So, but yeah, I'm pretty much there. Taste and smell is back. So yeah, got a nice Glenallachie here. But yeah, other than that, yeah, good. I'm good. Good Christmas. Managed to, dodge some of the lockdowny stuff, but you know, it's
And
what it is.
yet again, with yourself, I mean, the diary was what's the word I'm looking for? Nobody else has done it.
Shit.
It was inspired. No, it was inspired. I really like the idea of it because you know, as I say, nobody else had thought of it. So and it's, I think, well, it doesn't really matter. But we're vloggers. You guys are vloggers. I'm a vlogger. Our next two guests are vloggers.
Content creators, I think.
Creators. All right, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's right. Does it sound more professional? But it's one of those things that I know, and unfortunately he's not here tonight because he was busy. But it was another UK content creator said to me, you know, wouldn't it be great to be able to come up with something like Roy's quiz or something like that there, but he named something that Roy Aquaviti was doing. And the way I looked at it was I mean, we're all doing something different anyway. Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't try and force anything. Don't be, you know, and I just love the fact that you guys are doing something. I'm doing something. The next guests are doing something. And we're all doing our own thing in a different way. Just keep it rolling out and we'll keep this community going.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it's difficult whiskey content is, you know, quite prolific now. I mean, we're all doing quite different things. You're trying to find that little niche, aren't you? But yeah, I think everybody does it differently. You've got your green screen, which, you know, stands you above everything.
Yeah, I'm envious of that.
Yeah, we're all envious of you.
I bet it's not as warm at the moment, though, is it, in your studio?
No, definitely not. But it's I'm literally standing up there. I come down from filming my review last week and one to go out to my patrons and just my Christmas message, and my hands were so swollen I could barely make a fist because it was so cold up in the attic. And like, I laughed. Like, somebody said to me, just insulate it properly, and it's like, yeah. So anybody asked me what 2021 is, insulating the studio. So
that's a good idea. I mean, I think everybody ups their game. I mean, you go along doing different things, don't you? And you slowly progress. I mean, you look at some of like the first videos I'd done 2 years ago or even a year ago, and the level in quality is, you know, leaps and bounds. Everybody's doing really, really well in producing good quality content for everyone that's watching, basically.
I think we're all just up in each other's game is the way I look at it, because if, you know, we're all watching each other's reviews because we're all checking. It's not, I mean, I don't spend my time just watching every review that everybody puts out. Really what I'm watching for is whiskies that I'm going to review myself, or whiskies that I have reviewed myself, to see what other people think of them, to see what you guys think of them.
Something that you've heard of, and then you're like, oh yeah, I've heard of that. I fancy getting that. What's it like? You know, that sort of thing, isn't it?
But if you know yourself, it's only because of that you guys are putting out good content as well and keeping it coming. I don't think any of us can afford to get complacent, really. I mean, there's none of us. I certainly would still say that I'm doing it because I love it. I'm not necessarily doing it for subscriptions, for subscribers. But as one of our next guests said, it's nice to have them, though. It's nice to know that you're thought about, and I have to agree. That's what sort of counts too. So on that subject, I'm going to add the next two in. Somebody else that I should have had in a long, long time ago. Vin, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm the very best. You were in your pajamas whenever you sat down, did I notice?
Always, yeah. Always. Top for dress, bottom for comfort, right?
You could be a newsreader.
Yeah, just glad I got bottoms on. I mean,
Chris has got nothing on under that.
Sorry, buddy. I couldn't let that one slide. Listen, welcome, my friend. It's good to finally have you on here. As I said, I should have asked earlier, but in the year, but just didn't happen.
It's all good, man. It's been a busy year.
It has been a busy year. I will get to that for you in a moment. I'm going to try and add. I had them. Hold on. Yes, there they are.
Who let them in?
How are
The reason why I said I was sort of panicking there, guys, because it was shown at the bottom of my screen that there was nothing there. You were there, but you weren't. And I was sort of panicking a bit.
How you doing,
So
bro?
before I will get to you in a minute, Anthony and Nicky, I just want to get to Vin 2020 first child, I believe.
Yeah,
Well.
I mean, in some ways, it's great because we got to I got to be at home a lot this year. We haven't had people not queuing up outside the door to see us, but it's been a tough year, obviously, because people do want to see us. And luckily, as I said in the chat earlier, I've got a sleeper on my hands. So sorry to all the people that don't have sleepers, but she's a sleeper. She's asleep right now, so we're happy with that.
Always helps, and we've all been. I imagine we've all seen the pictures on Instagram, and I love what you've done with your own merch, etc. that's she's a wee stunner, like she really is. And congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Anthony and Nicky, welcome yet again. Should have had you on long before now. But, at the end of the day, had things have worked out the way they were going to work out, or should have worked out, we would probably have met by now, I would imagine.
Oh, definitely. 100%. We'd got plans early on in the year, hadn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Just didn't come off.
And it's been a great year for you guys in some ways, and other ways things have but we'll not get into personal stories. It's not but certainly for the channel, it's the certified originals thing yet again, as I said to these guys earlier, it's innovative, it's new, it's fresh. Can't say more about it than that. Any ones that I've seen, just cleverly done.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate that. It's more than what we ever thought it was going to be. Yeah. If you can, and it might sound silly to say this, but I think the lockdown has helped with that because it gave us time to evolve it, and it happened earlier than it should have in a way. Mm-hmm. But it's here now, and it's kind of thriving, and people seem to be enjoying it. So you can't say any fairer than that, can you? Really?
No, it really is. It's as I say, it seems so cleverly done. Is the best way I can describe it. It's and the atmosphere and what you're doing.
You can't fake that, can you? I mean no. And it's not us that does that. It's everyone who Toby and Vin's in there as well. Mm-hmm. It's like everyone who's in there creates that atmosphere.
Keep it going all the time.
It's probably got as little to do with us as anyone, to be honest. It's everybody else that's in there that's doing all the hard work.
You find your little chat and you just keep going.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure to have you on there.
Something I meant to ask Luna Arn earlier on was her favourite Christmas movie, but I didn't.
Start that off.
Good job she's not on camera.
Could go all kinds of wrong.
But no, listen, as I say, welcome to you all. I'm going to pour myself another sample, and this one came from, because it's on a subject which I know all of you guys has been pretty close to all of your hearts this year, and it's English whiskey. Because if nothing else happened in 2020, English whiskey hit a real boom. Then yes, what I'm actually having is the peated batch 1. Which was is that the one you're reading?
That's what I got.
Happy days.
Yeah, I've got that one as well.
This was a sample sent to me by Alan McLaughlin, a good Scots Englishman. And that was something I wanted to briefly touch on with you all, was English whiskey in 2020, and it has really, really taken off, has it not?
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah, it's probably one of the one of the things that's been quite memorable for 2020 for me is how many English whiskies I've tried.
Yeah.
It's been phenomenal, the number and variety that's available now.
You could have done a channel based on English whiskey this year, couldn't you?
Yeah.
To be honest,
Yeah.
you'd have got away with it, wouldn't you?
I was actually a bit gutted because I had so many English samples and that people had sent me, and I thought, right, I'll just have to reach into them and pick out which ones. I'll have a couple of samples when I've got the English grip in. Now I've drank them all. Everyone, that peanut one was the only one I had left because it was the whiskey this year. It was the one that stood out this year was English whiskey that I wanted to try every time. I wanted to see what was different. What are they doing? What's changing? What, you know, and it is, there's innovation there. I know we were speaking earlier about the Swedish whiskies and European mainland whiskies, but just some of what it was Cotswolds. I had a couple of them and just loved them. As I say, I've had a few Bimbers. Was it the which whiskey festival, online whiskey festival? Yes, that was the one. That there was so many, there was quite a few in it, and enjoyed every one of them. Just very impressed with what they're doing there. So,
has your opinion changed of English whiskey over this year? Then, Jim, would you say?
I had, to be honest with you, Anthony, I don't think I had an opinion on it.
Okay.
In that,
is that a negative? Though,
no. What I mean is, I like to be very open-minded about these things. In that, somebody actually asked me a question, in my live stream with you guys earlier in the year, and said, did I think that English whiskey would surpass Irish whiskey now that it's growing and growing and growing? And I said, and I stick by what I said, no, because it just simply because Irish whiskey, well, it doesn't matter how many. I mean, you could have 400 distilleries in England. Irish whiskey will still have its place in history. I just don't. I think that's the way I would balance it more. You know, that it's, but quality wise, it's as good as anybody else's. That's the way I look at it. It's young. That's the one thing to remember. It's young, but I think they're doing it in the right way. That they're young, but they're waiting their time. They're biding their time, and they're putting out. These distilleries are putting out good whiskey. Be it 3-year-old, be it 5-year-old, it's still young, but it's good quality. Whereas I have said it before, and I'm quite happy to say it again, that I think a lot of these new Irish distilleries are doing it wrong by just sourcing constantly and putting out somebody else's spirit. Just my opinion. Just. Is
there an English distillery that stood out for you this year, Jim?
I do think Bimber is the one that seems to have, just from what I've tried, just seems to. Now I've only tried samples of everything. I mean, it's weird. It's not an issue I have with English whiskey. When I come to buying whiskey, I still tend to buy Scotch first. It's, and even younger Scotches and whatnot, these older, because you just think that there's going to be some, and I really appreciate what all you guys have done and that you have championed these English distilleries, because as vloggers, what way did you describe it, Chris?
Content creators.
I'm going to have to write that down. But you have championed these English distilleries, and the thing is that the respect was already there for your channels, which is great, because it's not like as if you've just come in and went, we are English content creators talking about English distilleries. You've already got the following, you've already got the backing, and people trust your opinion. So when you come in then and talk about this English whiskey and say how good it is, people are willing to then follow suit, and I think that's brilliant.
I think we got away with it because we didn't know anything about anything. English whiskey or Irish whiskey or Scotch, it all meant the same to us at the start. So it was just whiskey with an E or without an E. That was it.
I totally agree. But well, this is to say is what was this? The peated cask batch 1. And I'm actually going to play the same game. If anybody didn't see it earlier on, who described this whiskey? Which content creator described this whiskey as caramel, tropical but not tropical, soft white fruit, tourmaline, pineapple, oak, cigar smoke, cinnamon, and cloves?
That's not us, I don't think.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
If you'd have said
I think
tropicalish,
not me.
you might have got it, but it's not us. Being
Well, it
honest,
was.
It's very
Yeah.
nice.
It was Nicky, actually.
Oh, was
Was
it? I did really good then, didn't I?
Germany.
I know.
Germany.
Well, actually, I'll tell you, I'll go one better than that. And I'm going to, what I'll do is, you didn't just say Germany, Nicky, because you didn't get the peat on it, really. And I would agree with you, because I think it's peat cask, isn't it? So it's just,
Yeah.
but as you said, you dipped your finger in it and rubbed it in your wrist.
Oh, because
That-
somebody
yeah,
told
that's
me
the
to
one,
do
yeah.
that. I do
Yeah.
remember
You
now.
got plasters, don't you?
Somebody told me
Yeah.
to do it. Yes, I do remember that now.
And you're right, it actually does
Yeah.
smell. Well, as you said, it's not, and you went further to say it smells like cloth sticking plasters, and it does.
Yeah.
Yes.
It does.
Guys,
That sounded like that was so good. I was like, that couldn't possibly be mine. I think Toby said that.
Well, is that good?
It's
I
and
remember somebody giving me that tip about
Yeah.
the rubbing it on your
Yeah.
wrist. Yeah.
weirdly, the thing that the one that I sort of I got a bit of a giggle at whenever you reviewed it was tropical but not tropical.
I know.
And nosing it, I know exactly what you mean. I was sorry, and this is the first time I've had it in a glass, and I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now I need to coin and patent
Yeah.
tropicalish because
Yeah.
like people have got T-shirts with it on and everything now. It's like I know what I meant.
Yeah.
Just not tropicalish.
And actually, Graham Horner, did I not mention? Well, I'm going to say it, but this is something that's become and yes, pineapple.
That's one of my favourites as well. Pineapple.
Because it's something that I've started to find in more and more whiskey. And you mentioned it, Nicky, in this, and you're right. Yeah, it's there. Certainly, I could see how you would find pineapple in that. This is a very fresh, it's young, it's fresh, but it's quality at the same time. I think that's the thing that, and I wasn't going to faff about and half empty that bottle. I mean, this is the whole sample that Alan sent me. I'll maybe go back to it later, but for now, yes, very nice. So while I'm nosing away at this, I'll just go around in order. Toby, 2020. Now that you've sobered up from your advent calendar, what was the whiskey highlight for you? It's always.
I think the highlight was the sort of advent of the proper virtual festival. You know, getting together in large numbers, because it was a great way of sort of filling that void. We were all desperate for events we'd either booked or planned to attend during the year, and it just sort of filled that void. And it showed that the technology was always there. It's just that people obviously prefer to meet up in person. But when that's not available, it was just the next best thing. And it's evolved throughout the year. It's got better. We're not all just stuck on a Zoom chat or whatever. And it has evolved, and the packs that have been sent along with these virtual events have got better. So and people have got used to them. So I think how you attend them and take part has evolved to a point where everybody can get the best out of it.
Yep. It's strangely, and I'd forgotten about this, that when I was thinking about my own highlights, that we had a bit of a staycation at the start of July, and yet again, a friend of mine who wasn't a friend, I just didn't know him prior to earlier last year, and he's been on these chats with me, Phil from Causeway Coast, and Phil contacted me while we were staying in a caravan around the coast, and he contacted me and says, I'll be up around that direction tomorrow. Do you fancy meeting for a coffee? And it was one of the best chats. We ended up, I says to the wife, 15 minutes, I'll be back round again. 2 hours later, she was phoning me going, are you coming back? Because we have and it was like, yeah, but I will, but we're talking whiskey, give us a chance. And that's the thing, Toby, it just, because we didn't get the opportunity to do that sort of thing in public with people, I agree with you totally. That was where I had my head, was the online functions that we were able to go to, and Bimber, or not Bimber, it's gone again. The online, yes, that's on. Apologies. The Somerton Festival was definitely one of the bigger and better and well received ones. I think would be the best way. So 2021, Toby, what does it bring?
Well, hopefully more blind tasting from me, but in terms of what I want to achieve, it all depends on COVID. But I'd like to try and visit a few more distilleries in 2021. I only managed to visit one in 2020, so it was a bit disappointing, but it was a great visit. It was socially distanced, but it was a visit that I wouldn't have been able to make otherwise. So it probably wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the way things happened in this year. So but yeah, they might be English, they might be Scotch. Let's see what's allowed in 2021, and they might involve meeting up with a few others for a drink, socially distanced or otherwise, along the way.
Has there been any I'm going to ask because you were one of the first Irish whiskey drinkers who I got in contact with whenever whenever the Whiskey Novice sort of came about at first. I just noticed how into your Irish whiskey you seemed to be, and I really appreciated that, and because it was I always found it very interesting to know your thoughts then. And I was just going to ask you before we move on, was there any Irish whiskies in 2020 that stood out to you?
That stood out.
He's on the spot now.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm drinking Irish whiskey tonight. Funny enough. But I think some of the weird finishes from Teeling really stood out, like Pineapple Rum Cask and the Black Pits Peated edition. They were pushing the boundaries a bit. But I did get a Bushmills Muscatel finish, one of their new releases. So it's nice to get a decent strength Bushmills from time to time.
Totally agree.
But yeah, I think Teeling pushed the boat out and came up with some really interesting stuff. Waterford, we won't talk about. Far too much exposure. Yeah. And although I was really impressed by their new make, trying different new makes from different barley yields from different fields, and actually being able to see the difference that supposedly terroir can bring. There was noticeable differences. I wasn't jumping on the bandwagon to buy all the bottles that they were releasing.
This was what I mean. I've had this. I'll not go into it again, but I've had that speech before. That was my problem with them. Don't release crying about terroir and then finish them all differently, because unless you're going to release the new make spirit along with each release, it doesn't make any difference where they've been farmed. Really, does it? If they've all got different finish or different maturation.
Yeah, but so Waterford possibly could have been the highlight, but it wasn't for whatever reason. But yeah, Teeling for me is the distillery that actually was really quite interesting this year.
It's just got me thinking that you're drinking Irish, I'm drinking as an Irishman, drinking English. Has this sort of weird vortex somewhere? But anyway, yes, cheers, Toby. Moving on, Chris. As I say, cheers. It feels I almost feel like as if I shouldn't be asking what 2020 had, because we pretty much just have to log in and watch what happened in 2020.
Thanks very much.
Next.
But I'm going to ask nonetheless, highlights whiskey wise. I know now.
Well,
I'm sort of actually, I'm taking you out of your comfort zone now because I feel your comfort zone's rum now. But
no.
is it not? Is it no? Sorry.
Cognac.
Cognac. Sorry, that was the one I meant.
But no, I think my highlight's probably Waterford. They've definitely been the best thing to come out this year. What's that? So, Mark? Yeah, I'm just getting to that. No, I just no.
It was the most entertaining, Chris, though. Definitely.
Yeah, I was entertained.
Yeah, the water. What, Mark? What? No. I've been lucky enough to do a couple of events this year, actually. About 2 weeks before, like the first lockdown in March, or April, one or two. It's a long time ago. I managed to go to Oldham Rare, up in London, so that was really good. And then I managed to do a Bimber tour later on as well, which I think Anthony and Nikki probably done as well. I think they were the couple of days after me or whatnot.
Yeah, I think they were, yeah.
But yeah, so they were two standout sort of days, really. One was with my dad, took my dad up to Oldham Rare. He is at, just beginning his journey into whiskey because of me. And
well done.
Yeah. And the first event I take him to is Oldham Rare. I mean, it's just a bit of a mind-blowing. I think we had a 13-year-old brewer and stuff like that going on. So it was, all these very, very fancy old whiskies for quite a lot of money. But that was really good. The community's been brilliant.
I was going to say, I'm sure it's been quite tough on you, Chris, because I know you do enjoy, having watched you over the last couple of years without you knowing it. No, just having watched your social media stuff, I know you do like to get around and you do like to get to the festivals and stuff. So I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, our friends in Europe, I mean, I'd love to go and see them this year. We had a great time sort of November last year. That was brilliant. Into Whiskey. I've done a little video on that if you want to go and check that out. But yeah, I think that obviously everybody's like, this is the thing everybody's on about, isn't it? That we all want to go and meet. And I think that's what everybody's looking forward to going, meeting, drinking. I mean, I think Toby and I should probably talk more because we're only like a train drive away or train ride away even.
Yeah, I'm not driving the train.
Yeah, and I'll be a conductor. They don't do anything. And just sit at the back and look out the window. Yep, everybody's on. Push the button. But yeah, I think we should do more collabs and things like that. And yeah, definitely more events. Try and do as much as that. But, yeah.
Well, here's hoping. I mean, I just hope before we get to 2021, I just hope it continues. I really do. And that not that continues, but I hope this continues. As you said, the opportunities are now there. There's and these sort of meet and greet things that it can only be good stuff. As you said, it's all gravy. So anything in particular in 2021 that you're aiming for?
Aiming for?
Whiskey wise or
whiskey wise? Just keep going, really. I mean, journey is still only really just begun. I think I'd like to do more cognac stuff, but it's very difficult to get. Whiskey is so much easier to get, so I probably will be concentrating more on whiskey the first half of the year. But yeah, just try and I've got a bit of a Springbank sort of fetish going. Or starting off, So I mean, it's not a bad thing, but yeah, I'm always interested to see what Kilkerran are going to bring out. I think that's always going to be. I think I started off on my, real journey doing Kilkerran, and it sort of progressed with my journey. So I'm always looking at them as a fanboy of theirs, and I think, yeah, that's definitely what I'll be looking out for.
do me a favor and keep the diaries going. I do enjoy them.
Yeah, diaries continue. I mean, it's good for me as well because it helps me document it. And if I ever lose my book, then I can just always go back and watch YouTube and check myself out.
Before you
He's that guy. Yeah.
No,
Good looking guy. Beard styles. I think I probably transitioned through like several different facial features. Maybe less nudity might be the way to go.
but don't ever change your headwear. Just wear
Whiskey King. I think a few videos were going to be acquired. The Whiskey King.
Yeah, just
I bought it for free.
all year long.
Diaries.
Keep the crown on
Yeah.
in bed. Just
The Whiskey King
Right.
says Waterford is shit. Don't bother.
Anyway, cheers, Chris. Guys, Anthony and Nicky. As I said earlier, said it before, said it many a time. I think most people know you by now. I pretty much convinced most people know you by now. But really, really should have had you on long before now.
There's plenty of time.
Yeah, well, as I say, the good thing is that I'm just looking at 2021 and going, well, Toby, Chris, and Nicky, Finn, I'm just ticking off boxes and going,
Yeah.
it's shit, Chris, it's shit.
I've got one of them. I haven't opened it yet.
Definitely open.
It depends on which one it is.
I've got this
It's
year.
not-
It's this year.
It's not shit by any means, but it's just there's some better than others. Put it like that. They're all good. Some better than others. Yes, New Dram Drinker has just, to me, I yet again, very, very, very clever thing, just taken off and got better, bigger and better.
Yeah,
And I don't know how you guys keep coming up with I know you are taking January off. I'm actually sort of dipping into your time a little, but but listen, thank you for what you've done this year. I actually think through the certified originals, you've brought an awful lot of us together that maybe weren't together before.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a need, though, isn't there, because of the current situation?
I think when you ever start anything up like that, you think everyone's already in a multitude of chats already, aren't they? So adding another one into that list of chats that they're going to be in, will it take off? And I think we just put it out there and hope for the best, really, and it kind of is better than we ever imagined it would be, to be honest. You just don't know, do you? Because I'm sure everyone on the screen now is in a multitude of chats that they don't keep up with, and they kind of, some they do, some they don't, some they go to, and there's 150 messages that they've missed, and you can feel kind of a bit disconnected from them. So just to add another one into that list was a bit of a risk.
I have that with Vin constantly texting me. Chris, you're right. Hey, Chris, what are you doing, Chris? Hey, Chris, how are you doing? What are you doing, Chris? Vin, all the time.
Stop it, Vin.
Doing it now, look.
Yeah.
How you've got a big pick out, I don't know.
We'll get to that in a minute and how much we all love him. But, no, guys, it really did. As I say, the certified originals, and I mean, I don't know. I take it you guys can see the chat, or have I?
Yeah. Nicola's got it on. We can't keep up with it much.
But no, I know I'm exactly the same. But just everybody's dropping in here and saying how good certified originals is, and it just, as I say, I think what it was, it just brought some of us together, even to put people up on a screen like this, like we have now, and seeing, because you introduced me to people through certified originals that I knew them as a nickname, I knew them as a handle,
That's
but I
the
didn't
thing,
know
isn't
them
it?
as part. And it's getting to meet that person and going beyond the handle. And this is what 2020 has done, I think, because we could meet in the street and not know each other. And it actually scarily sort of happened to me that a guy I met, I was going to something very early in the morning. I'd had literally a couple the night before, and but I had to get the temperature checked in the car. Went down the window, checked my temperature. He says, "You're a bit high there, buddy." And I says, I was late to where I was going. And I says, "I bet you it's stress." And he said, "Maybe it's the whiskey." And I near shit myself. I did not. I literally. I says, "But how did you know?" I says, "I only had one or two." You know. And he went, "You're the whiskey novice, aren't you?" And I was like, yeah. And he knew me through Twitter. And it was, as soon as he explained himself, as soon as he explained who he was, I knew who he was. I just never met the guy before. So, it's one of these things that this world that we live in, and I'm not talking about it as if we're some sort of exclusive group or some sort of exclusive party, but isn't it just great that we all have each other for like-mindedness and being able to shoot shit.
I had a similar experience. Vin was actually there. We was at the Birmingham Whiskey meet, the festival before all the lockdown, and a guy come over to me and he was like, "You're Ant, aren't you?" And I'm like, "He knows who we are. He knows who we are. We've met someone who knows who we are." And I went, "Yeah, I've got a badge if you want one." And he went, "What's what you on about? I knew you at school."
True story.
True story. Still at the
I've
badge.
not heard that one before.
Brilliant. Oh, excellent. Well, listen, it is an absolute honour to have you on. 2020, what I have to ask, I'm asking everybody else, and I know what 2020 brought to me from New Zealand Drinker, but what were your highlights in particular?
Without wanting to sound like a broken record, because obviously the community is the main thing that has come from this, but we were lucky enough to get, as Chris said, a Bimber tour in before the main lockdown with the certified originals, and it's all right chatting through keyboards, but when you arrange a meetup, you never know exactly how it's going to go down because of travel and arrangements and costs and things like that. So we did it anyway, and we had like 15 COs turn up for it, and it was the fact that it kind of solidified that COs were a thing. You know what I mean? It was like it made it real. Because we were able to meet people and talk to people and just find out more about them, and it was just that was the highlight. There was, as great as growing everything else has been within in a virtual way. That really, to me, was the whiskey highlight of the year. Just kind of realising that it's actually something and not just a virtual thing. Everyone's more committed to it than just typing on the keyboard. You know what I mean? I would say that for you as well.
That and the certified originals. Those are the two things that have filled our time. Really, I mean, we've worked all the way through. We've not gone into lockdown because of our jobs, but it's just been good to have a different focus and just have something else to think about. I'm
as bad as this show's
sick of
been,
talking about
there has
COVID
been some
and
positives
huge
as well.
positives,
We're not trying to forget as bad as it has been for some people. For us, it's been quite a good year in that respect because we've had time to devote to doing and creating.
And you've got to make
things.
the most of when you can't go out. Like you literally can't go out, and I am somebody who likes going out. You've got to kind of not focus on that negative. You've got to sort of,
reroute.
You've just got to be flexible and think about how can you make it work for you. So
Excellent, totally agree. 2021, anything on the horizon that, as I say, I know you're taking January off, but
taking January off just to kind of, you guys all know how much time it takes doing YouTube and things like that.
Especially the December ones.
And, we just feel like we need a little bit of time just to reconnect me and Nick and just kind of just have a bit of time for us, and then we'll get back to it kind of full steam ahead.
I'm looking forward to filling our bar again. That's always exciting, especially our focus is going to be a bit more independent bottlers, just because we feel like that's something we haven't kind of explored yet. That'd be good.
Don't know much about it, to be honest, so I need to kind
fun,
of
isn't it?
It's a new avenue to go down and try and ask questions and learn more about, really.
It's very because funny, I'm planning on doing a series on independent bottlers myself for probably the month of March or something, and it's the way I'm looking at it is all you can do is take a snapshot because there's so many of them there that, and I totally know what you're saying there. I totally agree with what you're saying. And once you get so far along this journey, it's very easy to just go, independent bottlers are giving me that same product, but at a better, higher sort of quality. Sometimes, you're looking, especially whenever you look at some of those distilleries that get panned a bit at times, the
Dalmore.
and you just go, you sort of go, well, there's better quality versions of that whiskey out there. There's good quality versions of that whiskey rather than the official bottlings. And but then if you strayed down that path, you would never come back.
A long path.
Yeah, it's definitely a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But it's exciting as well, and I like that whole, I don't know anything. I like the learning and the excitement and the trying. Do you know what I mean? It's
well, Nick, I know exactly what you mean.
fun.
Yeah, Nicky, you have a new in your title. I have novice in my title, and it's something that we can always hang on to. People will go, no, but you're not a novice. I say, oh, no. Trust me, I am.
Yeah.
At any point, whenever you think I'm talking shit, that's when novice steps up.
Yeah. We're never going to change our name to the experienced dram drinkers at all.
Can't see it ever happening.
I'll never be.
To drink.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. I totally know. I know exactly what you're saying. So anyway, cheers, guys. Finn, sorry to keep you waiting there. It's been an interesting year for you.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, as everyone else has said about the kind of community coming together, and that's been brilliant to kind of see. But as most people will be aware, although I carried on putting out my content, I've kind of taken a back seat to being part of it, or at least at the forefront of it, because it's just haven't had the time to kind of put into it as much as I could have done this year, let's say. But it's been absolutely brilliant to see what everyone's managed to pull out of the bag, because we've been doing live streams for years. It's not a new thing for us, but to see the innovation that's come out of it, like getting the sets out to everybody on time mostly, and being able to have these kind of little collaborations going along, has just been absolutely astounding to see from the sidelines. And hopefully I will be back into it again a bit this year, but you never know with a baby. They're always sort of changing, so I'll do my best and keep going with what I'm doing. But yeah.
Well, to me, I know exactly where you're coming from, 100%, and that time can be precious enough. You and I know Roy well. Most of us know Roy Aquafidi very well, or fairly well, and it's how he. I think we sort of sometimes we look at other people and go, how can they possibly apply so much of their time to this, what is going on here? And I certainly, that was, yeah, exactly. And I certainly it scared me. I sort of thought, am I losing interest, or has time just got away? What's going on? Because I feel like as if I want to do more, but I can't. And it was actually, it did me good to look at somebody like yourself, because I could see that sometimes other things are more important. An awful lot of times other things are more important than what's going on in the whiskey community. But it's nice to be able to just dip in, dip out, keep the reviews, fire them in there, and I mean, I think we all very much appreciate your channel, very much appreciate what you've been doing. You're one of the forerunners, along with Roy and Ralphie, etc., in my opinion, anyway.
Definitely.
And as I say, it's been a busy year for you, and you pretty much nailed what you were going to say anyway. But I'm going to ask anyway: is there anything in 2021 whiskey wise that you are looking to? Or?
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not sure what I can and can't say, to be honest. But I've got some stuff I'm working on, some very exciting stuff that I would implore anyone who's interested in whiskey to keep an eye on my channels for. It's not quite there yet, so I can't really say yet, but it's exciting, is what I will say. And there's only one other person I know that's done such a thing. in the Whiskey Tube world. So you can probably guess, but yeah, that's what I'm aiming for this year. Obviously, plugging away, carrying on going. For me, as you guys know, it's a hobby, same as me. I've got a full-time day job, family, that sort of thing. Would love this to be full-time, but that's just not really on the cards for even me. I mean, I know you guys see the subscriber count difference, but really, I'm just the same as you guys. Like a few years on, that's all. I started just a touch earlier than most people. That's really all I am, just lucky, really, because I decided to get going with it a bit earlier. Like Chris said earlier, if you go back and look at probably all of our videos a year ago, 2, 3, 4 years ago, my first videos were truly dreadful. And I keep them up there because it's a nice kind of milestone path to kind of really see the progression. And I think if you're not, as these guys said earlier, if you're not constantly trying to improve yourself, video on video, week on week, then you will get swallowed up by the masses, because this is what this year has brought to the table, is that so many people have really sat down and thought, I'm going to give that a go, which is what we all decided to do in our different time frames. Now there's loads of people, and like you said earlier, is that we are pushing each other forwards. I've just bought a new camera. That's one of the new things that I'm really looking forward to getting. It's coming through. I know. I'm really excited.
What is it?
Because this is kind of good clarity, I guess. But what really annoys me is when I hold something up to the camera, it goes. I mean, well, that's showing me up a bit, because that's looking lovely. But on my actual software that I record on, it goes blurry.
Yeah.
So maybe I should record on StreamYard. But yeah, so a nice new camera coming. But really, that's it. Just constant improvement, trying to keep pushing my content out there, but just doing what I can when I can. That's the important thing. Keeping it fun for me. Hopefully keeping it fun for people watching, but really I'm a different to what these guys are doing. These guys are kind of finding their own little niches within it, but I'm just kind of plugging away with the old reviews still. Bit lucky, really, like I said, because I started so early. It's hard to do that sort of thing these days, I think, because there's so many.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying, but as I said, and you plugging away and you still doing that, because you are like Ralphie, one of the reviewers. Roy Aquafetti, as we know, does some. It's all about, or more so about the live thing. It's more so, and it's all about his own finding our own path, isn't it? As I said earlier.
Yeah.
And personally, I think we're all doing all right. And Lord knows, 2021 will probably see another slew of, because the more people that discover whiskey, the more people that learn that they enjoy whiskey, the more people that are going to be like us. And as I describe it, and I always will describe it, I just can't keep my opinions to myself. And I've got nobody else who wants to listen to me, so I'm just going to review it on YouTube. And why not? We're not annoying anybody by doing so. If you annoy them, they don't have to watch us. So let's just keep doing it, and keep doing it well, as we all are. There, I've said it. I can't take it back. I must say, Nicky, I thoroughly am enjoying this. I'm directing this to you because you were the one that and I know Vin and Toby, I think you both reviewed this one as well.
No, I didn't.
I thought you had, sorry. But
No.
tropical, but not tropical, does actually describe that quite well, strangely. It's weird.
Tropicalish out of you, Jim.
It's weird. But
Tropicalish.
Tropicalish.
It must have been
Tropicalish.
pre-tropicalish times. That's what I'm thinking.
and weirdly, the cinnamon, and yep, definitely cinnamon, clove. It has went down very well, and it's really, really good to see these English distilleries doing well, and let's hope they continue to do so. I can't see any reason why they won't. Guys, and it's been a pleasure to have you on. There's the next guests are standing outside the door right now, and maybe it's cold outside. Vin, congratulations once again, my friend.
Thank you.
I know you'll be off sleeping probably later whenever I finish. So I'll say good night to you now. Look, the rest of you guys, if you are about at the end of the night, whenever it wraps up, before I wrap up, please log back in, and you are more than welcome, and we'll have some sort of hoolie before it all disappears. But guys, guys, genuinely, cannot thank you enough for being on.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Yes.
Very well. I will be in touch in
Thanks, Jim.
2021, and we will do this again. Cheers, guys.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Yes, indeed. So, yes, that is the English contingent done and dusted for now. Hopefully, as I say, some of them will be back later on. I'm going to dip quickly back into the chat because I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat, but it's very, very difficult to do both. Marcus Kreitner come in, Black Barrel Sippers Club come in, Mr. Graham Fraser come in, Antonio come in. Did I say Marcus Kreitner? Yes, Whiskey Quest, Antonio come in, Eric Waite come in. There were a slew of people come in there, and I missed them. Whiskey Graham come in. Good to see you, my friend. Gavin come in. Akshay Jaitley come in. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. And it's just been there's been a lot of people in the chat tonight, and I'm really pleased to see. I'm really pleased to see you here. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm still finishing off this this bimber. It's very nice bimber. It is. The peat is there. The peat is definitely there. Yeah, it really is. But what time have we got? We're actually, well, look, we're nearly right on time. So I'm going to just bring in my next two guests because they're sitting here patiently waiting. And why not bring them in while they're here? Whoop, Vin, sorry, buddy. The two Allens, if anybody doesn't know them, Whiskey friend Alan Wilson.
Good looking lads in now, Jim.
Well, I was 7 years like.
Yeah. You might need some translator.
Maybe well.
For you.
Anybody who doesn't know these two Highlands, the Whiskey friend Alan Wilson and Whiskey Straight Alan McVeigh. Guys, welcome again.
Thanks, man. Great to be here, Jim.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for the invite.
I feel like I know you guys personally now.
Well, pretty much.
Yeah.
Alan, you and I are, I'm saying Alan. Look, we're going to have to sort this out. We did this the last time we were in right. I'm not even going to call you as Alan anymore. Just go the Whiskey friend and Whiskey Straight Alan. Anybody that doesn't understand, it's because they're both called Alan. And the last time we were live together, every time I said Alan, both of them went, yes. And it just, it got rather confusing. I must say, I nearly did it again. I must say, Whiskey Straight Al, you've still got that camera going well, son. You really have.
And do you notice now that I actually know how to work the damn thing? The thing is, you have to turn the Wi-Fi function off, but then it doesn't work. You have to turn the camera off and turn it back on again. So you've got it nailed now. So I was actually getting the makeup done there, and so I could look better and a wee bit of better definition, you know.
Obviously,
you look spectacular, Al. You're looking spectacular.
Sure. I live to give, you know.
See, even like Vin has noticed it. I don't know which Al he's talking about.
Yeah, it has to be me.
Guys, did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, okay. I've been working most after it. I had Christmas Day off, but I've been back to work since, so it's been tough.
Yeah, I had a good Christmas too with the family. The mother-in-law was down for 3 days, and that actually didn't spoil things, thankfully. It actually helped. It meant I didn't really have to do any washing up or stuff like that. I just lay in bed, ate stuff, drank stuff, and played a few games and tried to be sort of half sociable, you know. So, yep, good time.
A bit like myself, Whiskey Straight. I've been eating too much, drinking too much, and I mean, I actually spent Christmas Day and Boxing Day overindulging a bit, and I had to take the fall of yesterday off. knowing that today was going to be a bit of a session again, and I was actually glad of it. In fairness,
my next review might be introduced as Bigger Al rather than Big Al. Too much eating. But the sad thing is, nobody bought me any bloody whiskey.
Did they not?
No.
I'm exactly the same.
Apart from 3 wee samples from the daughter.
For your birthday, though, didn't they? You got a load for your birthday.
Yes, that's all. Well, fair enough, right enough.
Yeah.
So you can't really complain about that.
Do you know why, but Alan the whiskey friend? Do you know why nobody buys us whiskey? Because we've got two.
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
That's because we've got two. Excuse my friends, but it's because we've got too fucking much. That's basically the way our families look at it. They just go, no, you've got too much already. And if we bought you something, you would already have it. And it's and this argument doesn't wash with me, because the way I look at it,
in pajamas.
Aye.
You don't just tell them you've got too many pajamas and you've got too many socks.
But the way I look at it is to buy. Like, I mean, if I've got 3 bottles of Bushmills 10-year-old, buy me another bottle. I'll not care. Like, I'll not be cross with you.
Well, it might be if it was Bushmills 10, but
but you know what I mean, Alan. You know, aye, but anything basically.
Oh, that's it. This whiskey, it comes in the bottle. Happy day.
Well, Alan, the whiskey friend, you've come in now. I've brought you in at a bad time. In fairness, I've brought you in. I've brought you in along with Whiskey Straight Al here, because I know you guys get on so well. I know we've got on. And I was trying to
open it if you want.
Well, the reason why
if you want.
The reason why I brought you in at a bad time is it's Irish whiskey time.
Okay,
that's why. So now this was the list earlier on that I put out, and I'm currently, this one came from, I have it down here somewhere, Bushmills Acacia Wood. This was Graham Horner, I think, sent me this, and this is what I'm on at the minute. Bushmills Acacia. So, but I've actually held something back for you, Alan. Whiskey friend, not just something that we can't. It's not anything special, but it's just something that we can talk about, and we'll move on to it at the end. Not right now.
All right.
And it's not anything special. It's not. But
I do have a wee Irish one here. I know he's not telling me how shit this is. If it's any consolation, I never bought it.
Anybody wish to ask Alan about that?
Yeah.
The floor is open.
He's not talking about it. Yeah. I think somebody says, "Oh, do you want a bottle of this? You can have it for nothing." I went, "Why not, man?" Happy days. So they must be giving it away now.
I think it's raised a few eyebrows this year for the right and wrong reasons sometimes. But what about? Have you tried it, Whiskey Straight?
Opened it.
No, I haven't. I haven't tried it at all. It's a wee bit too expensive for the likes of me. But I haven't. I would love to try it just to see what it's like. But like, I've heard lots of varying, opinions on it.
You will at some point.
This is a Ballymorgan one. So what's the difference with this one then?
They're all different. It's just the different farms. It's but the beef. I've said before. My argument with it is that their big things terroir. The terroir of this, the farm that it came from this farm, came from that farm, came from another farm, and you can taste the difference in the farm. But then the matured them all totally different. So how could you taste the difference between them if they've matured them totally different? Anyway, you know, if you sent you out a sample of the new make spirit, maybe you would be able to taste the difference between them. But the fact that they've matured them different just sort of blows it out of the water, I think.
They're banging on about the terroir all over the back of this bottle.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's something new. It's something.
It is a pretty bottle.
It is. I do like the bottle. And once they settle themselves down, I think it'll work out well for them. It will. So anyway, Whiskey Straight. What are you drinking tonight, mate?
I am keeping it nice and civil tonight so far. Just on the old Powers gold label. Thought, haven't had it for a while. I thought I'd pick up one of the new funky bottles and just give it a go. But I've also got on standby the new Whistler Mosaic.
Nice.
Single grain, the one that's just come out, which I won on their Twitter competition.
Very nice.
Which was
Happy
nice.
days.
I'd have to say, I've got a wee bit sitting here resting in the glass, ready to record a review of it. But I have to say, it really is good stuff. And it's even sweeter when it costs nothing. So,
have you sorry, before we move on, talking about the Powers, have you tried this? It's the I don't know what you're like with cocktails.
Oh yeah, I'm an old-fashioned type of guy. Yep, I haven't tried it, but
I'll be totally honest with you, mate. I wouldn't have given it a go. Not my sort of thing. Very good. We'll give it a shot if you like old fashions.
Oh, I do. I love old fashions, and whiskey sours are probably my two favourite cocktails. So, I haven't given it a go. I've had the Jameson's cold brew, mind you, and I know a lot of people were raving about it, but from my point of view, I like my coffee with a bit of sugar in it, so I would probably have to throw a bit of sugar in to that to sweeten it up a wee bit. And I actually did try that. I was actually one of my mates who is the manager in one of the off licenses. He chucked me a wee sample bottle on the side one day when I was in. So, but it would need to be like the way I like my coffee.
Yeah, no, I agree totally. I totally agree. Alan, the whiskey friend, what are you on yourself, my buddy?
I'm on a nice Glenrothes 18.
Very good. Very nice.
Yeah, nice.
I've had a couple of Glenrothes. I've had an independent bottling, the 11-year-old North Star, and I think it's the 10-year-old. It was a travel exclusive.
The one they're raving about a minute is the Berry Brothers and Rudd Sherry one. That seems to be pretty much all Glenrothes. It's in that.
As I was talking about with the last guests I had in there. Funny, just you talking about Berry Brothers and Rudd, about how big a rabbit hole independent bottlers can be. If you went down that path, you could easily stray down the independent bottler path and never come back to official bottlings if you wished. Yep, North Star really. I mean, well, North Star. Did you say Berry Brothers and Rudd? I'm a big fan of many others, and I can't remember their names right now. But
Compass Box.
Compass Box. I haven't actually went down the Compass Box path that much. I only have one or two. I would prefer Douglas Lang. I prefer Douglas Lang. I haven't had a lot of Compass Box. Douglas Lang to me just was the way I went. I feel like as if they're probably relatively similar in their pick of the Douglas Lang Marvelous Regional Malts series or whatever it was you called it, and where you're taking specific regions of Scotland, making bottlings of it. And I know Compass Box pretty much did, with their Peak Monster, etc. I just happened to go down the Douglas Lang path. But at some point, I'm sure I'll go back and visit Compass Box.
Dive into Compass Box, they can get pricey. I think that's the difference with Compass Box now. I think they're getting into the big money stages.
That's what put me off them. This is what put me off them.
They've created that demand now. I think they've been around long enough that you just have to bring out anything and it'll just dive off.
Yeah. So, listen, boys, I'm going to get into a bit of individual chat with you. I don't want to ignore each of you by any means, but I'll hit you first, Alan, the whiskey friend, saying as you're up the top. 2020. Well, before we actually get into what has specifically happened, your channel, just seems to keep growing, brother, and it's great to see. I'm sure you're glad to see it yourself.
Yeah. chuffed. I think it's just nice whiskey, Jim. Maternity nice whiskies, I think. I think that seems to help.
Do you know what I think it is? I think people are scared of you.
I think my housekeeping, fucking subscriber. You know, if you don't fucking subscribe, I'll come and find you. You know.
I think if I leave here without, subscribing, he's going to fucking get me.
You know, it's going great, man. It's
it really is. It's great to see. Like,
from day one, it's been great, man. It dived up for me quicker than I ever expected it to go up. You're right what you said earlier. When you go back and look at your early videos, man, they are shockers. My first video was a real particular shocker because I had the camera the wrong way around. You know, looked like I was looking out a window. You know, so yeah, no, it does get better, and you do upgrade the technology. As you can see, I've moved locations at the minute because I've got the same issue as you. It's a bit chilly out there at the minute, so I've moved indoors. But yeah, no, I'm just the way it's gone. 6 more subscribers for 300, so get smashing that subscribe button.
I noticed that earlier on, and yes, by all means, anybody that hasn't subscribed to the Whiskey Friend Alan there, please do. I'm sure. He knows where you live individually. But it's
where you live, I'm sure Big Al will tell me.
I don't know where you live, but I know where your ma lives. I actually said that to somebody one day at work, like away years ago, and I just
it's no my ma you need to worry about, it's my dad you need to worry about.
Oh, here we're from Northern Ireland, but Alan. It was our mas we were scared of. But here, no, it's great to see, Alan, and I just it actually sort of scared me every time I was checking one of your reviews, and your subscribers just seem to be shooting every time.
Yeah. It's been great. They seem to like the single reviews. They seem to like the lists. I think that's I've done pretty well with the lists, I think. So if I put a list of whiskies on, they tend to kind of hit home a bit harder, I think. So I'm trying to keep thinking of more lists to do. You know, I'm running out of thinking for lists, but
I know exactly what you mean there, because I tend to do that thing where I'm making series. You know, a series of
I think I've got another list here. I'm going to try and go through with you tonight, but you know,
you'll be doing well.
Oh, but yeah, no, chuffed. Big thanks to everybody that subscribed.
It's been a good year, Matt. It's been a good year. Well, let's for that reason, and I mean that's just while I'm with you. Whiskey Straight Al, I haven't forgotten about you, big fella. Just you sit down there tight, and I'll be there in a minute.
I'm taking it easy, listening to Matt on there.
Just while I'm with you, then, Whiskey Friend Alan, 2020. What was the highlight, or did you have a whiskey highlight of the year?
I had a couple of whiskey highlights, man. The highlights are the same as everybody else. It's obviously the community and the live streams. I loved going live. I went live for the first time in 2020.
Was that the first time you'd went live?
Yeah.
Well, fuck me, you're not.
2020. They started off with a plan and all that, and then, as you know, now they just go kind of nuts and they get out of hand, and I don't know when to stop them. So I love doing them, but I need to be careful how often I do them, because they're lasting a bit in a minute. 8 hours the last one was, so it's kind of getting a bit tough. But the great thing of it is, the thing with the live is, if I come on at 9 o'clock, 9:30, then I catch all the UK and parts of Europe. And then as it starts to hit the kind of 11 o'clock, 11:30, the Americans seem to dive in, the Canadians dive in. As I'm hitting kind of 2 o'clock in the morning, the kind of New Zealanders come in and the Japanese come in, Philippines, and it's just crazy where people are watching from. I think the last one I had a guy on from Japan at 7 o'clock in the morning thinking. So it is, it's like Ralphie says, it's like a global village, man. It's tiny. The internet just makes everything so tiny. And all these names are all regular names now. If you look at this chat in a minute, they're everywhere. So
it's brilliant, isn't it?
If this goes on a bit longer, Jim, you might find a lot more Americans coming in and a lot more Canadians coming in. So.
And unfortunately, as I say, my bladder isn't like yours. I've told you this before, and it just doesn't cope with such things. So
Whiskey Highlights Kilkerran 8 that was mind blowing. I'm probably ready to crack another one open tonight. So, but that was definitely Glenallachie was another big highlight.
Mm-hmm.
Everything Glenallachie this year. Just love it. And
so
then one I've just got recently, the Sherry Cascaran is just awesome. Bodega.
What about because I'm that's one of my next purchases, that Bodega Sherry from Aaron.
That Jim, I got this in the whiskey shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
£31.49.
Oh man,
whiskey shop, man.
That's for nothing. They're giving it away.
It's just mental. Sorry, 41, not 31, 41.
Oh, 41 still giving it away.
Yeah, I got this sherry one and the Bothy cast strength, both of them for 80 quid.
Brilliant.
Mental, man.
Brilliant. So what about 21? What whiskey surprises does 21 hold for you, or not surprising?
I tend to find, Jim, every year I tend to dive into something. Where this year it seems to be Glenallachie. I'm going to have a wee look at a couple other ones next year, maybe some Ben Nevis. I'm going to dive into a wee bit more Ben Nevis. Al knows Edredar was a big one for me this year as well. So kind of Glenallachie and Edredar. I'm going to try having a look at Ben Nevis maybe and a wee bit more Tomatin.
Funny you named the name because Ben Nevis, I just finished that 10-year-old, just be finishing that 10-year-old series of doing, and Ben Nevis is one that's been fired at me. Ben Nevis 10-year-old. The McDonald's Ben Nevis 10-year, and it was Menno actually said to me about it, so it'll be one that I'll go back to. And Bladnoch 10-year-old is another one that I have to revisit.
There's a lot of nice whiskies. They don't have to be 20-year-olds, 25-year-olds.
Totally agree.
The 12s and 15s are Machina.
Have you noticed actually too, the prices of these 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds is starting to creep where the quality is, as in, because I actually
the Bladnoch's a wee bit pricey. I think that's
it
is. Quid. Bladnoch 50, 60 quid. I think that's a bit pricey. But if it's every time somebody raves about it, then they're going to go and
this is it. This is it. Listen, I'll tell you before I move on, as I say, this was the Bushmills Acacia wood, which was sent to me by Graham Horner. Before I move on, I just want to thank Graham for it and say that, yes, very, very nice. Bushmills had a bit of a spell this year, where they pleased people, and this is an older one, the Acacia wood, and very, very pleasant. I think I've actually had a sample of this before. I enjoyed it then, enjoyed it now, and just before I move on, I just want to thank Graham for that, and I really, really enjoyed it. Alan, the whiskey friend, I'll get back to you in a minute.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'm here as long as you are, mate.
Whiskey straight, Al.
This is for me, Jim.
Whiskey straight, Al. How are you, my friend?
I am not too bad, apart from having eaten too much and being just a lazy big bollocks. Well, that's me in general, anyway. You know, there's something wrong.
I could ask you that any time of the year, like, I mean.
Yeah, you know, there's something wrong when you're having your breakfast at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
No, there's nothing wrong. That's just us, isn't it?
Well, that's it. Oh.
Anyway, listen, mate. Yes, 2020. I know, like a lot of people. Well, I know you've had health issues, but we'll put that aside if you don't mind, because I know, as I say, it's something that has happened an awful lot in 2020. But what I'm going to say to you as well is channel growing, the same as I said to Alan Wilson there. It's been great to see Whiskey Straight Al's channel growing and people, and something actually, a term that I've heard an awful lot in reading your reviews is the pace of your reviews. People like the way you go through a whiskey and you strip it down, and the pace in which you talk about it. And I agree with them. And what has been a highlight for you in 2020, whiskey wise?
I think it's just probably getting more into the groove, because the first year, I know will be the end of my second year. The first year I took 6 months off because of the health issues, and then when I started again this time last year, it was good to get back in the groove, and there was a nice wee burst of subscribers. And then it's like everything else, as people have been alluding to earlier on, when you start off and you look back now at some of your first videos, you're like, oh fuck me, but you sort of get more natural, you get more used to it, you get a wee bit more knowledgeable about what you're speaking about too, and I just think it becomes a wee bit more natural. And I think what I've done too, instead of just trying to put out a review and say this is what I think, I try to put a wee bit more character of what I make myself into it. So it's like you might hear the odd shit or something like that, in there. But that's me. And I just thought, you know what? If I'm going to do something, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm just going to be more like I am myself. And that's basically the way it is, just to try to put my own character into it, that sort of way.
What you're doing now, just keep doing it, mate. I'm loving every bit of it.
Good stuff. Likewise. And I've sort of got my grips too with some of the new equipment as well, and the setup, and it's just it sort of helps me along too. It's nice to see when you can look back at the start and you can look to where you are now, and the difference in the quality, the difference in the sound. You get a wee bit more knowledgeable and quicker at the editing as well. So all that, like sometimes I'll sit down to do a review and it'll go all like that, and other times it'll be like half an hour long and it'll make you cut it down to 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there totally. Sorry, I just noticed something there. Somebody that we all know. I just want to say, Eric, we had studies hit 9,000 subscribers today. It blows my mind. Eric, just whenever I seen that, just want to congratulate you, my friend. Well done.
Cheers, Eric. Well,
and it's something yet again and it's something that we've all been talking about here. Just something that we've been talking about here. Pardon me, is subscribers. And I said it from the start. I said it earlier on. I said it to somebody else that I didn't do this for subscribers, but I did it for the enjoyment of it, and I still enjoy it. I would still do it for the enjoyment of it if everybody left tomorrow. But as Anthony from New Dram Drinker said to me, it's nice to know that you have the support, though, and that.
Can I just say something on that, Jim?
Yes, mate.
I come from a sales background, right? And we were always told, if you don't ask for the deal, then you won't get it. And I think sometimes people are enjoying the videos that much that sometimes they just forget to hit that subscribe button. So they're enjoying the videos that much, and then by the time it's gone and moved on to the next one, they've forgot to subscribe. That's why I make a wee bit of a point. I just keep asking all the time. The more you ask, then the more you seem to get them, And I think some people feel maybe they're being too pushy to ask, but it's one of them. If you don't ask, you don't get.
Can I actually? I've actually noticed something else. And this is the bit that I find, and I found it about myself, the amount of videos that I watch, and not even in the whiskey community, just watching videos on YouTube and I forget to just hit the like button.
Totally, and you don't. That's why when you do live streams, let somebody say, "Listen, hit them," because everybody's watching away, and it's. I think exactly the same when they're watching your videos. Sometimes I think the time they've watched it and they've gone, they've just forgot to subscribe. Some point they might catch you later on, but I think that's why definitely I do it at the beginning of the video, and most of the times I do it again at the end of the video, just in case somebody's not got all the way through to the end. I catch them at the beginning, so it's one of them. I was always told to ask for it. If you ask for the deal, you got the deal. If you ask for it, then you wouldn't get it. So
Oh, fair enough.
That seems to be working. And I just feel I'd love to see some guys just asking a wee bit more, just saying, listen, hit that subscribe button. You know,
it's not something I sort of ask at the end, but I've never really. It's just the way I always sort of done it.
Yeah,
really, you know,
make a wee bit of feature of it and just kind of say, make sure you hit that button, dive in, blah blah blah. It doesn't cost you anything; it's free and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I like the way you do it, Alan, because you threaten people. I'm only joking. I'm only just seriously joking.
It's free and I lead in. You know, yeah, it's completely free. It doesn't cost you anything.
Here's a thought. You know the way you see him.
I'd probably see hit that fucking button. You know, excuse my language.
Fucking subscribe. But here's a thought. You know the way you see in some of these TV programs, you hear, especially on the radio, you've got all these celebrities and, you know, this is Tom Cruise and you're listening to radio too. You know, we need to get Alan here to do like a voiceover or a wee picture thing. You can put it in. You're listening to Whiskey Straight. Subscribe!
Don't be doing that, road, man. There's no doubt Jim will probably do it as a fucking intro, man.
There's no probably about it, Alan. He would have it as an intro, and you'd have a big orange fucking head on and a big Jimmy beard like him, you know. And it's,
but listen, here, whatever works. And Alan, the whiskey friend, it works for you, buddy, and it really does.
Yeah.
And it's weird because every time I watch your videos, I think he's set a precedent there, and I wish the fuck I'd thought about that.
Yeah, I tell you something else that's been interesting as well through the year is the amount of new guys that I'm getting commenting in the videos.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of newbies. You know, I'm finding your channel for the first time. I've just been gifted a bottle or whatever. It might be an RN10 or something, or they've just been gifted it and they're looking for somewhere to look in, and they just maybe just come across your channel and they comment and they say it's great and I love it. And there's been a lot of newbies this year, which more this year than lost, because you've got all the usual ones there, but there's a lot of young guys that are kind of getting into whiskey. A lot of particularly young ones.
Yep, no, agree, totally. And we've all picked an awful lot of people up that just, you know, I'm sure that all three of us have certainly picked up, and I think it's great. I think it's so fantastic to see more and more new people, especially for somebody like myself who's new to this, and just people coming, especially people coming and asking me questions. People that come and say, when I review a whiskey and come and say, I was going to buy this, I'm glad you've reviewed this now. I'll go and buy a bottle. Now, sometimes I think to myself, why would you listen to me? But I mean, at the same time, I'm glad they did. And, you know, and I say to most of them, let me know what you thought.
Do you know the one that's great for me? I've got guys all over the America scouring for the Kilkerran 8, man. All over the place, man. I'm trying to find Kilkerran 8. So I think I heard a few weeks ago it's just landed in America. So I think I did on that live stream, it's landed in America. But the amount of comments that I got afterwards saying I can't find it anywhere, I'm out searching for it, or some guys have found 3 or 4 bottles. But they're all trying to find Kilkerran 8 everywhere.
Yeah. Listen, before I go too far.
No, just going to say the same, just totally random yesterday. And I just happened to have the phone in my hand at the time. I got a message on Facebook, Facebook Messenger, from a guy I don't even know from Texas, not even on my friends list. And he was in the liquor store and he had down to 3 Irish whiskies, and he's like, I watch your channel, you know, it's down to these 3, which one would you recommend? You know, when it came down to Powers, John's Lane, Green Spot, and Jack Ryan or something, I says, John's Lane all day long for me.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers, thank you, kind sir. It's like just totally random, these people you don't know, and they're asking for your advice. It's a wee bit like, whoo, you know.
That's perfect. No, it really is. It's great to hear that. Like, sorry, I knew I was going to get Alan, Whiskey Straight Alan, 2021. What
The whiskey round, Alan, now.
2021, what are you looking forward to, whiskey-wise?
I'm looking forward to trying to get into a few more different whiskies that I haven't explored yet. And I would like to get down the Aran route, have a few more Arans. Ben Nevis as well, because it's been mentioned to me as one, because I do like a good dirty whiskey. And in actual fact, I can't remember who it was. Somebody on one of my recent reviews specifically asked me to review the Glen Scotia 15. So I said I would pick up a bottle, so I did.
Happy days.
Amazon Prime offer before Christmas. I think it was like 40 quid or something like that. And I just don't actually opened it yesterday. I've had it for like a week and a half, which is rare for me to leave a whiskey that long before opening it. And I would like to go down the route of that more too, because when I opened that and I tasted it, and I was like, my God, this is good. It's like that. It's so good that I find I would describe it as Edredorish. And obviously more Edredor, because anything I've ever had from Edredor has just blown my mind and will not. But I think that's it. Instead of just sometimes you have a habit of buying the same sort of whiskey because you like it. It's just to maybe branch out a wee bit more and go that maybe the extra mile just to try to get something a wee bit different, but within reason, because of, as you know, I'm a lowly pensioner at the moment, so.
Well, at the end of the day, it's not getting any cheaper. And this is the thing: you gotta keep your restraints, don't you? This is what I haven't bought a bottle of whiskey in about a month and a half, but then about a month and a half ago went daft and bought probably 7 or 8. And that's
what happens. Sometimes it's probably better to say I'll buy 1 or 2 this month and keep it like that, and then you can sort of keep it on a level, because sometimes you'll go for a while, you not buy any, and then you'll just fucking go mad some night and go, click, click, click. You've maybe had these, and you're on Amazon or you're on Master of Malt, and you're clicking buy,
You're getting the emails. The emails are coming in.
And
we've got a wee whiskey group going here in Manchester, and it's the worst thing ever, man, because all you get on WhatsApp is Chaos has come out, this has come out, Berry Brother and Rod's come out, it's 23 quid on Amazon, and they're all just, every time I turn it on, there's more bottles on it.
Well, here I'll tell you a funny story that happened to me on Christmas Eve. I was hoping to have a nice, easy Christmas Eve. So, a bit of a lie-in, get up, did the usual. And the wife comes and bag of this, bag of that, bag of this, bag of that, and here's a list of stuff you have to go out and buy. So deliver that present, deliver this present, deliver that present, go and buy these things. So, being the fine model husband that I am, I went off and did all these things. But it paid off, because in one of the visits, as you know, Jim, I was given the new Causeway Collection Bushmills 1995 Malaga cask, 25-year-old, which is 53.5%. Now, when I say given it, it was just lent to me by a guy who doesn't want to say who he is. But as you can see, I've got your wee sample there. I'm going to send you a bit of it. He says I could have 3 samples with 3 grams out of it to do a review. So I had the daughter came with me. So I said to her, because the boy said how much it cost, So I says, I'm going to go home and say to Mummy, well, look at this. I'm not saying that I've bought it or anything, but look at this, because it comes in a nice presentation case and all. And it being Christmas, and you spend too much anyway. And one of the local shops has it for £450. And she was finishing off some work she had to do. So I came down and said to her, I got all the stuff, all delivered. And I came in and I said, look at that, dear. Isn't that just lovely? She just looked at me because she knew by the box and the presentation that this is not just your ordinary whiskey. And Erin, the daughter, says to me, "Daddy, I'm going to the other room. There's going to be a fight." I looked at that and I opened it up, and she says, "And how much does that cost?" And I says, "But it's a quality whiskey. It's good. It's only £450." Yeah. And what the hell's it doing in our house? And then I was quickly like, right, I'll not keep this going too long. Somebody give it to me for a review. I'm giving it back to them. But it was just like, what the hell's it doing in our house?
Because that's what whenever you posted the picture of that, it's like, you go ahead, big balls, enjoy it.
Well, it was good in the moment just to see her face. She was actually quite strained, you know. I thought I was going to maybe get hit over the head with it or something like that. But,
Listen,
but it was funny.
I'll tell you what. Sorry, before we go too much further, I'll tell you what I was actually sampling there, because Drams and Draws, Tony's still in. Tony sent me all his samples. He was shared the samples of the Silky. And I just thought, and what Tony did was take his out of them from Sleeve League Distillery and send the rest on to me. And I just thought that was outstanding. Tony, I've just had my first go at the standard Silky and really like it. Really creamy, really different. I'll get an opportunity to chat to you in a minute about it. What I wanted to go, I don't know if you noticed earlier on, guys, I was doing a thing about who reviewed this whiskey in such a way, and I was talking about, I was telling them what the whiskey was, and I'm actually going to, without showing you what it is, just for shits and giggles, I'm going to name some things and use both. This is words that you used about this whiskey. Just one. I'm not actually going to get a chance to get it out here at the moment, so I'm just going to name it and see if you can tell me what it is, just for the laugh before we move on. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yep. Fruity, orangey, lemony and limey, peach smoke, toasted almonds, cinnamon and ginger, pineapple, creme brulee, orangey, creamy, malty, and chocolatey.
Well, that's got to be Al, that.
That's both of you.
Both of us.
Yes, both. That's taken from both of you.
Yeah,
this whiskey.
Same whiskey.
Same whiskey.
Same whiskey.
Wow.
Great minds think alike, Alan.
Well, they're not all you. Yes, both. This is a bit of a mixture of both, but I mean, there's a lot of those that both use the same statement on, and it's one that that whenever I tell you, I mean, you'll get it. You'll know what I'm talking about. Go ahead, pick one.
Lemony lime.
It's a Scotch.
Wow.
Is it an editor?
No.
Yeah, pish.
It's one that we took the piss out of you, the whiskey friend, earlier on the year for, because you hadn't reviewed it when you should have done.
Oh, Loch Lomond.
That's the one.
Loch Lomond 12.
The Loch Lomond 12.
You, Alan, have turned me into probably the largest buyer of Loch Lomond 12 in Northern Ireland.
I got a really nice comment on Twitter for Michael Henry about that review, man.
Yep. So did I.
When I got you chatting to him, I says, I don't know why I'll tell you why he asked why it took me so long to review it. And I says, because I've been too busy drinking it, I've no had time to review it. And he says, that's as good an answer as ever. So
you didn't go back to him and say, send me some.
No, I didn't. No. I was hoping he was going to
Yeah.
Listen, guys, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you on. It really has. As I say, I'm sort of stuck to a timeline here that I'm trying to stick to, and I can't thank you enough for coming on, both of you. 2021, I'll have you back on again at some point. As I have no doubt,
we can meet up at some stage.
Yeah, I hope so.
Because we're not too far away.
Exactly. And as I say, I can't thank you enough for joining me. And have a happy new year. If you are free for 15 minutes, in about 45 minutes time, just log back in again. This will still be going on, and we'll wish each other a happy new year.
Yeah, I'll watch the rest of it anyway. I'm not going anywhere, mate. So
same here. Same here. I was going to watch a movie with the wife, and let's be honest, it's not the same because she doesn't drink whiskey. She's got some bloody gin or something, and that's no good. So I'm staying here.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers, lads. All the best.
Yes, there we go. That was technically the Irish contingent of what was happening tonight. Although Alan, the whiskey friend, is as far from Irish. Although that being said, for a Scotsman, he doesn't even live in Scotland anymore. So I was going to dip back in to the chat briefly. There's an awful lot of people in here. Mashburn, as I said, Whiskey Quest was in earlier on. There's a lot of people going in. Belfast Whiskey Club. McCallum Fine and Rare's in. Nice to see you guys. But hey, I'm just going to bring in my next guest because they're sitting patiently waiting, and I don't want to keep them patiently waiting any longer because they've waited long enough. It is it is Alan, what are you doing? It's Roy and Paul from the Belfast Whiskey Club. See you guys. Paul, you're muted.
I'm muted.
Sorry.
I did that personally. Muted myself. Hello, Roy. Hello, Jim.
Hey, Jim. Hey, how you doing? Hello, Paul. Good to see you again, buddy. Good to see you.
You guys, the reason I've tried to sort of group people tonight. I've tried my hardest to group people, and the reason why I pulled you guys together again was we sort of met as a group earlier this year in the is it a Speyside Northern Ireland event, and you guys sort of hit it off straight away, and I just thought, I'll pull them in together again.
I think I did okay in that quiz. I think I did really well, actually.
I'm trying to think when that was. That seems like a long time ago now. I think
was it May, June?
May, June, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, sometime during lockdown.
Yeah. You can narrow that down.
I remember we sprung it on you, Paul, at the start of the show, and I said, is it a Speyside? And we basically mapped it out what it was and things, and you said, all right. And you raked through all your whiskey, and you managed to find one core range expression. Springbank 12. From memory, I think it was a 12.
Springbank 10 and
10.
One of the first releases.
That's right. It was a rare Springbank.
Sure. it was core range. That was the main thing.
Guys, how are you keeping?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, listen, absolutely buzzing. Obviously, the last couple of days I've just been busy doing tasting. So, yeah, had one today as well. Just really trying not to drink too much alcohol. But obviously, I have a sample I need to pour tonight with yourself, Jim. Cannot be right. I know.
Well, I'm going to need you fellas to help me on what I'm pouring. I'm finishing off my whiskey of the year, which I'm sharing tomorrow. What a lofty thing that is, right? A whiskey of the year, yeah. I'm going to in this wee cool glass here. Can you see this?
Oh, that's epic.
Belfast Whiskey Week. I'm gonna choose from this pack, and there's a bit of a confession here, Paul. This hasn't been touched. You know, you're waiting for the moment, and this is the problem. And when I was tuning into Jim's stream a wee bit earlier, they touched on the fact that they had too much whiskey lying around. And it's, that is a nice problem to have, don't get me wrong, but it means that there are lots of things that you're really desperate to try and you struggle to find the time because so much of it is because this isn't just a single dram here. This is an event box we have here. This is 9 epic Irish whiskies sent to me by the gentleman on the stream here, Paul. Thank you very much. But I'll maybe get your guidance. I had a thought that there might have been a cast strength spot in here, but there isn't. Or is it called something else?
What have you got? What is it? What box did I give you?
It's all Irish, so I've got a Hinch, a Dingle, Cologne, a Red Earl, Liberties, Powers. Well, maybe it's the Powers. Was it the Powers that was the cast?
No, this is Powers John's Lane cast strength. That's a
Is that the one I should be pouring?
Oh my God, pour it. Oh my God.
Have you had John's Lane before, Roy?
Oh, we had a for St Patrick's a couple of years ago in the V pub, maybe even back before it was called a V pub. We had a wee kind of mini celebration of Irish whiskies, and John's Lane is obviously one of the ones I used. It's part of that renaissance of single pot style Irish, right? And to be honest, that 12-year age statement and the lovely spice that it has a bit more spice than the red breasts and the spots, I would say. I'd say it's one of my favourites. 46% as well. It's lovely.
It's definitely it'd be my favourite Irish whiskey for the money. John's Lane, just for the money. It's
what is it, about £50? I think.
Yeah, under that.
Oh, John's Lane, cheapest chip.
Yeah.
40.
Yeah, about £40. Yeah.
There's Ivo in the chat. I'm just reading this chat. Ivo, hang about. Is there a cash strength John's Lane? No, there's not, but there is. It's a one-off given to Belfast Whiskey Week from IDL, really by Billy Layton, the main man who has selected that for us. And actually, Roy, you know what? The amount of people since July who have asked me, "Do you have a sample of the cash strength?" And the answer is continuously, no, I don't, no.
Paul,
and it's still survived.
Paul, sorry, just 1 second. Do you mind hosting for like 3 minutes?
Yes, good, sure, go ahead.
Because I've been on here for a while and my bladder isn't as big as it should be.
Everyone's allowed a comfort break. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do.
Need a tinkle.
You're the whiskey novice.
I tell you what I'm going to do here, Paul.
That's right, go for it.
I've put a wee bit back in that to try and... I've not taken a sip from it yet. Put a wee bit back in this to try and make a half a dram out of it, because if it's as rare as that, if it's as special as that,
do you know what?
We have to find a way of sharing it, right? So this could go out to somebody who really loves the whiskey. So who was the fella that was asking you for it?
Like, you've probably come across Omar. You've probably come across Omar, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
And well, I've not met him. I recognise his Twitter, right?
Yeah. So he was absolutely buzzing, and he didn't get a box. And he was always saying to me, "I would love that." You know, he's a massive fan of the Middleton Distillery. You know, massive fan of what comes out there. And yeah, he was gutted he didn't get it. But we actually sent out.
So did he get to try it though?
I don't even think so. No, I'm not sure. No, I don't think so.
Well, maybe I should shave.
I didn't get it too. So
maybe I should save a wee half a dram for Omar. Maybe you can reach out to him and say, "Listen, it's too late. I'd already cracked it and poured it, but Roy's got half a dram for him if he's really desperate to try it."
You're right, Roy. Thank you very much for thank you very much for cracking it open. But I've actually poured myself. I just poured myself the Redbreast Friend at Hand 25-year-old, which is just constantly now in my cabinet. You know, it's one of those the most expensive bottle in my cabinet, but it's always there. You know, it just props up.
Now you're just showing off, Paul. You're just showing off.
Yeah, last night, I did we did a tasting for so I created this little week in between Christmas and New Year called the Belfast Festive Whiskey Week. It was just a bit of fun. 148 boxes went out worldwide we had them as far as Argentina and Australia, Canada, America, across Europe. But one of the boxes we did yesterday, I called it the Grinch box, the Grinch and the Bah Humbug box, and it included some big hitters. So I had things like the Bushmills Causeway collections, the new releases that had come out. I had the brand new 30-year-old port cask Redbreast from Whiskey Exchange, and I had four Scottish whiskies in the box. An Auchentoshan 18-year-old rum cask, single cask, cask strength, 55% from the Cadenhead range,
right?
Which went down a treat. I then moved on to the Glenfiddich 17-year-old Foundation Reserve. You know, the blue bottle, 50.8% cask strength, single cask, and then a Cale Isla 23-year-old cask strength, single cask, 52.9%. I was blown away by that. I was just blown away. Like I wasn't expecting it to be as good as what it was, and then finished on with the Scotch, the Springbank 12-year-old port cask, single cask, from the distillery.
Fantastic. Couple of nice festive themed drams in there, right?
Festive, but really, showcasing good Scotch whiskey to a lot of Irish whiskey drinkers, and hopefully they were getting that. They were getting some, some really good Scottish whiskies. But yeah, I've had so much fun with Scottish whiskey, and I just wish that other people would come along with that journey, come along with that, experience, because it's fantastic stuff.
Absolutely. And I have to say, Paul, as well, if you look at this, just as Jim squishes the screen there, here we go. Can I just show the presentation here? This wasn't your festive pack, right? Even although this does look a wee bit like snowflakes, this is barley grain, isn't it? But look at the presentation of this that goes out from Belfast Whisky Week, and it's got a nice little, I think it's magnets here that's closing this.
Yeah, magnets.
And you open it up, and there's no chance of you getting a breakage here because all these bottles are locked into a foam cutout.
Yeah.
The 2 tasting glasses alongside. I don't think all your packs come with the glasses. I mean, it's pretty epic. It's got to be pricey, Paul, is it not? Does that make it expensive, or?
Yeah, but here, Roy, wait to see the Christmas boxes were even better. So here's our Christmas box.
Yeah.
So little bamboo boxes, you know what I mean?
Oh my goodness.
I know, bamboo boxes, but again, on the inside, so clasps, obviously, and on the inside, again, we have this, there we go.
Bespoke foam, yeah.
Bespoke foam, bottles ain't going anywhere, glasses ain't going anywhere. Lovely, a real lovely gift for people as well at Christmas time, so they have something to keep. But,
and I think it's probably reusable as well, Paul, because
very much so. Very much so.
you could refill those wee bottles and gift it up and repackage it up to gift to somebody.
100%. Do you know Jim will know Tim Cook, based up the North Coast. Used to work for Bushmills till unfortunately made some redundancies there during the coronavirus. But Tim Cook has they have a small gathering of people who constantly drink, whiskey and share whiskey, and they've been using those boxes continuously, taking the bottles, washing them out, refilling them with other whiskies, and sending the boxes round to each other to share the whiskies. Why not? It's proper reusable. They're hardy boxes. That literally have flown around the world and not smashed. So really, really good. We had out of the 980 boxes throughout the summer, we had 1 smashed glass and 1 smashed bottle, and that's because of a courier company. That's nothing to do with the boxes and what we did. It's to do with couriers. Sure. But yeah, no, I'm glad they are being reused.
I think the way I seen it was, Paul, you proved yourself. Basically, was the way I seen it. When Belfast Whisky Week was getting talked about, it was it sounded like a theory to a lot of people. that was the way I seen it. It sounded like a great theory, and it was a case of how are you going to carry this off? I've heard from people. There's somebody in here tonight, Drew from Arizona. I sent Drew samples a couple of months back. Drew contacted me and said the last person to send me some was the Belfast Whisky Club, and it was there like that. And he said, and like the samples I sent him were there relatively quickly as well. And it was this Belfast Whisky Week thing came to life. And I still see guys, somebody else is in here tonight, Lee J. Brown, and Lee J's just commented on it about this, and he's still sampling it. He's still, maybe he's used half a sample at the time of the Belfast Whisky Week, and he's come back now and readdressing them again. And I actually bought into a couple of the sample boxes, but it was the new Scottish distilleries was one of the ones that I bought into, which really impressed me. It was just something. It was the opportunity you were giving these guys, to showcase themselves.
I think that's for me. That's what. Look, Belfast Whisky Week. Yes, you know what, Jim? I don't take offence to that, because the year before, when I literally just as a random thought in front of the Whiskey Club in Belfast and said, "Listen, we're going to have a whiskey festival here in Belfast," and they all just went, you're talking shite. And I just went, listen, don't worry about it. We're going to do something. It will be fun. I'll do a couple of tastings over the week, and it'll be good fun. Everyone can turn up, and we'll just drink one session every. And it just snowballed. So even in the first year, it went to 18 sessions over 10 days. That was just mad. But we did over 40 sessions in the summer there. And again, just for Christmas time, I just realised that a lot of people would be, they would just be maybe in this lockdown period and maybe not going out to those social events that we're used to at Christmas time, and giving people the opportunity to socialise like this in communities and, in the whiskey communities that we have online. I thought it was a good idea to try and provide, again, that same opportunity that we had in the summer. Maybe some people missed out. Maybe people, wanted to try new stuff. So again, putting out boxes that, that I knew that people would want to try, that people would want to explore. And really just keeping the idea of the festival alive, because next year, when we want to do the festival physically, have a physical festival, we want to have that. And we are preparing to have that. We have a proper timetable in place for July. But again, we always have a plan B. There'll be a backup plan here to have, to have a virtual festival. So we're planning big festival, over 55 events already for next year. There's tours all over the place, so when you come to Belfast or you're in Belfast, you can go out on tours. There'll be daily tours to the main distilleries here. So we'll have Bushmills, Ecklandville. We'll have tours out to the Rotherham Estate. We'll have Copeland. We'll try and get down to Killowen. We'll have Hinch Distillery. So they'll take place. Walk-in tours, Q&A debates that we had in the first year, and then lots of sessions, food pairings, and then the live music, the comedy, as well as a gala ball and a kind of exhibition at the end. So lots to do. Big festival, proper statement stuff. And yet we've already planned that we will broadcast, not like this, Jim, not in my kitchen, but broadcasting from venues, proper broadcasting using 2 or 3 cameras, using a professional kit. We'll broadcast at least 50% of the festival, and we'll do that so everyone can take part. And if we can't have it physical, we'll just broadcast 100%. We'll just do 100% broadcasting. We'll allow that to happen. I just think that we want to bring people to Belfast, but if people can't come, we'll take Belfast to them, and I think that's very important.
100%. And I think this is what happened this year was you took Belfast to the people, but it wasn't just. I mean, to me, it wasn't just. It was okay. The fact that it was Belfast made it nicer. The fact that it was home for us made it nicer. But to me, it was whiskey. You took whiskey to the masses. It didn't matter. It didn't make it that it was just about Belfast. It didn't make it, it wasn't just about Irish whiskey. It wasn't about that. This to me was the best thing about it, that it didn't just feel about, because Irish whiskey and I've said to you before, are a bit displaced in that I'm closer to Campbelltown than I am to the Liberties in Dublin.
Yeah.
Irish whiskey doesn't mean as much to me as people maybe think it means to me. And this is what I like the fact with Belfast Whiskey Week. Belfast was just a place. It was just a title. You made it about whiskey. It didn't matter that it was Belfast, really, personally. Sorry, Luna did say that. How does Paul get all these interesting? He threatens people, Luna. I didn't want to say too much, but he
it's actually a really interesting question. I think, look, whiskey for me, and I know I get slated a lot. There's a lot of people who, no doubt behind closed doors think I'm mental, But whiskey for me does not have to sit in a bottle, and it doesn't have to sit on a shelf. It has to, in the main, be drunk, and so I'll go and buy those bottles. I'll just go and buy them, whatever price it is that maybe I pay for them, whatever it is, and we'll make sure that we get them opened. I collect, there's no doubt about it. I collect whiskey. I have, people who have seen my Bushmills collection are in awe by that. That it's a massive collection. but maybe I have 1,000 odd bottles of whiskey, give or take, whoopie do. But that's, you know, I also know for a fact I crack as many of them open as I have done over the last 5 or 6 years, you know, constantly opening bottles, trying new stuff. I tend to really want to make sure that new bottles that come out that are really hard to buy and source, that if I can get them, then I'll share them. And we've seen that throughout this mini week here, that we opened 2 Whiskey Exchange 30-year-olds. No, 3 Whiskey Exchange 30-year-olds I opened. And what are they? Like £675 a bottle or something. The Bushmills 1995 Malaga casks. What we've just spoken about that with Al.
Yeah, £400 a bottle. Yeah.
£400 a bottle. Again, 3 of them used. Friend at Hand, 25-year-olds, and around about £450 a bottle at the moment. Again, 3 of them used. Middleton single casks, 3 of them used. Again, over X. Look, let's buy them and drink them. Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? Let people get a measure of the alcohol based on cost price, rather than having to pay excruciating amounts of money, having their arms broken, to pay for it. So it's accessible whiskey. The festival's definitely been about accessible whiskey. That's been very important.
And I think that's the sweet part of the concept, Paul, is that you're taking these bottles, and you're able to break them down into much smaller, granular experiences that get out to people. You can ship them out and people get their hands on things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. And they're able to do it in a format. I tell you, it would be a really interesting thing for you to try and do next year, that even if you do manage to pull it together so that you're doing it in a live format, that you maintain, and I appreciate what I'm asking here, as if you're not working hard enough. But if you're able to maintain that reach, consider all the people that you were able to connect with because of the COVID pandemic this year. You managed to get all those boxes out there out of necessity, but the threshold of access was lowered considerably because they didn't need to cross the Atlantic or take a flight from Europe or wherever they were. They were able to have the packages delivered to them and participate in some way. And I think that would be the nice final piece of the puzzle there going forward from this thing, is if we were able to perfect a hybrid model between the two, a live tasting environment, a live whiskey festival, but also have the ability to bring people in from.
Yeah, I think when I talk about this idea of broadcasting, so I mean, I think I was going to say I kind of felt my way in the summer there, making sure I kind of worked as hard as I could to provide a platform that people could interact with. So we used the Big Marker platform, and we got people could interact. I could bring people on screen like we are just doing just now with StreamYard, but I could also have people in different rolling chats. That was okay. But the broadcasting element is slightly different. We will broadcast on as many channels as possible live, which will allow people to, there'll be a set camera which is directly, scrolling straight onto a YouTube account, and at the same time there'll be a multiple camera throwing out on its own channel, which will be able to flick in. To allow that to happen, the interaction for me is very key. So we're going to have someone continuously manning those systems, and what we had this year was a core group of volunteers, which were really good IT guys who were really on board. Next year, already in the plans, we have, we have people who are paid, for that week to come in and structurally run that part of the process, to run, as I say, a broadcasting unit, which will be able to do, 3 tastings, maybe 4 tastings, at a time, stream them, so they can, they can go worldwide. Roy, I totally believe that we will have real issues and real restrictions this year. I don't think it's going to just be plain sailing, open your doors, everyone come and have the crack. We will have restrictions, and I will be planning as much as possible around those restrictions. But I really want to keep that audience, and already, it's been really, really nice to have groups, be the clubs or societies around the world, getting in contact saying we want to be involved somehow. And I'm like, yeah, let's try and work out ways in which we can be involved, and if it's a core hub, You know, like there's a group in Melbourne, and there's a group in Sydney, but you know, in Australia, 2 groups, and potentially a smaller group in Tasmania. If I can get those 3 little satellites in Australia, they don't need to jump on a plane and come over. It would be great, like, don't get me wrong, you know. But if we could have, you know, boxes going out there directly to them for the festival, and they have their own little get together, their own pub experience, or whatever it is, you know, then that's great. And it'll be
a more time zone friendly time, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, if we can do things like that, then that would be, you know, that's really in keeping with what I want. I just want people to be involved. I think the whiskey community, and listen, no offense, but your page, Roy, is just bouncing. You know, it's just bouncing. There's a massive amount of people coming in and out of that all the time. You see all the conversations that take place there, and again, people from all over the place who really just want to interact. They want, it's about the whiskey, of course, Roy. It's about the whiskey, but they want to interact. They want to get to know.
No, that's the biggest thing, Paul. And I've tried to. It's almost like I started to hear myself back, and I was just saying it too much. People get it. People get it. You don't need to keep repeating it. But it seems sometimes you do, because the thing is there. That's in third place, whether it's a channel, a festival, a gathering, a tasting, a distillery, a blog, whatever it is, it exists. Then the next thing, in the second place, is whiskey. Because that thing doesn't exist without whiskey. The concept of whiskey allows that other thing to exist. But the thing it shouldn't even need to be said, the thing that comes first is people. People should always be placed first in every single context. And as soon as you do that, and as soon as you create a space where people can get together, and in your real life space, in your festival, or virtual spaces in your festival, or a channel, or whatever it is, and people come together, that's when it's got its lifeblood. That's when the sparks start to happen. That's what gives it its ignition and its drive and things. And all you have to do is be respectful to people, and include as many people as you can. Be inclusive. Give them a space that they don't need to consider anything other than the reason that they're there, the whiskey. And you know, people should always be first. I'm so glad, Paul, that that's your thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. And Jim, I just, you know, I'll be frank. You know what's really interesting, Jim? Just watching, I really want to, you know, I really just want to big you up, because this channel that you have gone on, and here, genuinely, thank you very much for again inviting me onto your channel, which is, I genuinely do appreciate that. It's, you know, it's very humbling when anyone invites me onto something, because I'm like, okay, that's really kind. Don't know why you want me on, but I do mean that. So, but your page is very organic. You know, this platform that you have managed to create, it's very organic, and everyone that you kind of see coming in, Jim, to the page, it's, you know, it's definitely your persona. You know, there's no doubt about that. It's the way in which you're very honest about what you're talking about, and certainly, and again, harken maybe just on Roy, you give people a lot of time. You know, and same with Roy, you give people a lot of time, which is really nice. And it's nice to have someone who, you know, isn't, you know, you're not looking for backhanders, you're not looking for free bottles of whiskey, you're not looking for, you know, bribery, whatever it is. You know, here, say something nice about my bottle, or I'll not give you another one. You know, it's really nice, and I do mean that.
Paul, the way I look at it is, you guys know what you talk about. You know exactly what you're talking about. And the thing was, you and I have met personally many times. Yeah. Not as many as we probably should have done, but as in, we've met in public places. We've had a drink. We've had a dram together.
Yeah.
And it's just this thing about enjoying what you talk about. I said it earlier on to some of my guests. It's like-minded. It's a like-minded thing. I've never had it. This is still a hobby. I've said it before. It's a hobby. It's not a job. Nobody's paying me to do it. And I just enjoy talking about it. The thing is, the only people I can talk about it with are you guys. I try talking to friends of mine about whiskey, they switch off very quickly, and I don't blame them. You know, in the same way that when my son starts talking to me about his latest PlayStation game, I switch off very quickly. You know, it's something that when we even talking to each other, we have to find a place where we all meet. You know, in whiskey, it's all right to go, but you have to love this specific whiskey. If you don't love this specific whiskey, I can't.
Yeah.
You know, you have to be open-minded, and I think this is what the whiskey community is about. We're all fairly open-minded. We don't restrain ourselves. We don't restrict ourselves to the very specific, especially this community. And I'm not. I don't mean to be smart whenever I say it, Paul. But you're within a community. You're within an Irish whiskey community sometimes, and you take place in what I would consider an Irish whiskey community sometimes that restrict themselves to some very specific whiskies and say, no, we won't stretch outside that. That's all right. That's fine. That's up to them. I don't, but most of us are fairly open-minded, and hey, it's what we do.
Jim, I think you're spot on there, and I think that it's actually very difficult. I have there's a member in my club, in Belfast Whiskey Club, who absolutely adores Scotch, absolutely adores it. Do you know what I mean? And would definitely prefer Scotch over Irish, and I think that's brilliant, because it feeds into my kind of hand. I want people to drink Scotch, so I always pick on him. I'm like, well, what do you want to taste next week? And that kind of feel. And we started this process only this month. We started the A to Z of Scotch whiskies, Scotch whiskey distilleries, and so I started off A, B, and C, and I've decided that every tasting, and at the moment we're running about between 2 and 3 tastings per month at the moment with the club. So every tasting will now have 3 Scotch distillery specific, and we'll go through the alphabet. So we started off with Ochroisk and the Ben Rinnies, and we had a Clynech, yeah, and we had those first 3 A, B, C, and we'll move on. But there is a whole group of people in the Irish whiskey community who only drink Irish whiskey, and unfortunately, they're very limited to what they're getting, because we only have the major 3 distilleries, and then from that we've got some brand new ones creeping up with very young liquid, and the rest are using the liquid from those 3 distilleries to bottle and bond and to manipulate with cask, various cask expressions, very much the same liquid. And so we're kind of limited in that respect as to what Irish whiskey has to offer. Yes, we've got pot still variants, and we've got we've still got the single grains, so we've got the single malts, and we've got blends. But I think when we look at Scotland, and again we could look at Japan, and we can look at America, and we can look at how many different flavour types, different mash bills are going on around the world. And again within those mash bills, that cask manipulation that's going on around the world. There's just so much. There's just so much, and so much opportunity to taste so many good things. We cracked open at the beginning of the month. We cracked open, and I did it again today with some of our lucky participants. We cracked open Cadenhead, but it was the Bunnahabhain 9-year-old for the whiskey shop in Berlin. Finished off in Madeira, fresh Madeira cask for 2 years. And most of the people that I gave that to initially were just like, what are you doing to us? And I'm like, trust me, you're going to appreciate this whiskey. Not me. And it blew the socks off people, and it's just, you find wee gems all over the place. But I tell you what, just being able to taste it, allows you to open up and think about, another type of whiskey, another, instead of maybe what you're used to. And maybe what you're being told to drink.
I totally agree. I mean, that's what I think it's about. And this is why, yet again, this community is such a good thing with the sharing of samples, etc. I get the opportunity to try tonight whiskies that I would never have had the opportunity to try, from Switzerland, from Sweden, and it's mind blowing what's going on here. There really is. Roy, sorry. Roy, 2020 has been Paul, I'll get back to you. I haven't forgotten about you, but 2020 has been well, you celebrated a rather large birthday, as most of us.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Jim. I did know I postponed that birthday. Thanks. That'll happen next year.
Well, mine's happening next year, mate. So it'll not.
Oh, double celebration, eh?
You never know. We'll maybe celebrate it together. But not only that, I mean, what 2020, and I would say, I mean, an awful lot of people had experienced Roy at Aquavity as it was. It was bound to have it's bound to have drawn more people to your channel. I know the experience with your channel changed, and that it gave us more of what we wanted, more of what we were enjoying personally.
Well, it's kind of a few things had to come together for that to happen. But it happened, and it was like a shot of adrenaline. I mean, it's difficult to know how much it would have just grown organically without the pandemic or whatever. But when your channel is about live streams, and these live streams can go on for 2.5 hours, and it's just sporadic releases of kind of short edited content, you're not going to appeal to a heavy subscriber reach. You're not going to grow the channel fast. So when I started the VPubs and I focused on live streams, I knew that it was going to be slow growth. But the payoff there is that the people that do invest, the people that do join, are probably there for the long haul. So it's not kind of ghost subscribers that you remind people to subscribe. They click the subscribe button, and maybe occasionally they'll drop by, or maybe they never drop by again. If people do subscribe to the channel, there's a good chance that they will invest because they realize the commitment that's involved. It's live streams, right? So that happened. To ask people to subscribe is a different value offering to start with. Then obviously COVID comes along. I realize immediately that everybody's going to be thrown into a situation that we're not only the creators are going to be sitting at home, but the audience is going to be sitting at home, and the industry is all going to be sitting at home. Everybody's going to be in the same situation. And there's going to be a need for it. And it's going to take a little while for people to crank up and get things running and work out who's going to do what. So step up and do weekly VPubs.
Mm-hmm.
And then I spoke to my wife and I said, what do you think about me doing twice weekly during this really bleak time? We'll revisit it in the summer. And, normally you're expecting a kind of a backwards and forwards there and a negotiation maybe. But she just said, without batting an eyelid, absolutely, just do it. So we did the VPubs weekly, and then the Sunday night extended opening went out, and it just grew and grew and grew. The audience grew. And the danger of it growing fast is that you then lose that thing I'm talking about, the people thing. So it's always going to be a challenge to kind of make sure that you're connecting with the people. But I do try my best, for my old fudgy aging brain, I do try my best to remember who they are, where they're from perhaps. Not just their alias name that you can read, but maybe who they actually are, the person behind the alias and things. So you try and remember all of that, and so that as it builds and builds, and then introduce them to other people in the chat, so that it removes the burden from my shoulders to interact with each and every one, and they can get together in the chat. And my voice then becomes just background, and they're having these really kind of interesting discussions in a live chat, which everybody benefits from. So the action of one benefits everyone in the chat. And just today, and this is fantastic, I want to congratulate everybody at the, famously a few years ago, the London Whiskey Club was formed out of the chat of my channel, and I was always really, really proud of that. But recently I heard the Nottingham Whiskey Club, or the NWA as it's called, Nottingham Whiskey Association, was born out of that, and it was 6 members, and I attended their first ever meeting, Paul, back in, I can't remember when that might have been, maybe about April, May time. And now I heard today that they're at 41 members.
Wow.
And it's just, there are people out there being inspired by whiskey, and really the same thing that inspired me about whiskey, this idea that it's too good to keep it to yourself. You really want to get together with like-minded people and have that shared experience, so that you know that it's not madness you're experiencing. It's real. It's really kind of a mortal thing that we're enjoying. So that big injection of adrenaline hits the channel in spring. I managed to, fortunately, the gentleman that is Charlie McLean had stepped up before lockdown and gave the channel a pedigree and this idea that the industry could connect with it, and it would be a safe space for them. They might have to answer some difficult questions or whatever, because it's an enthusiast community at the end of the day, of informed people that want to know a wee bit more. But with that, from building on from there, I was able to kind of reach out to people who I felt I would want to watch, I would want to listen to, I would want to connect with. And so many of them said, yeah, I'm here, no problem, tell me when. And that, again, helped a lot too. And I think that's only a good thing, because there's a lot of channels out there. They're all building and doing their own thing. And once people realize that these channels actually offer a safe space where we're respectful and polite and considerate, and we may be hobbyists, we may be people doing it from our own houses, our own spare rooms and things like that, but we put people and whiskey first. So it's not going to be difficult for you to engage with, unless you have a different directive. If there's no synergy there, if your target audience doesn't match then there's probably not much reason for you to come on the show and talk about mass market whiskies, or maybe releases that are a wee bit more cynical or whatever. We're interested in an enthusiast targeted whiskies. That's very much what I'm interested in. So when that aligns, when there's synergy there, it's easy to have these people on. It's really easy. I tell you what YouTube needs to do. I tell you where it's failing. Can I say?
Go ahead.
We are in danger of creating a silo where we all watch each other and we listen to each other and we inspire each other and we drive each other and encourage each other to try these bottles. As creators, I'm talking about, Jim. I'm looking at you. I know you didn't expect this chat, but I think it's nice to talk about it, if you don't mind. And I think that if you've got outlets, you're very lucky to have Paul there with the Belfast Whiskey Club, because that gives you a really, really nice perspective to bring into your channel, to share, that's not come from your peers and creators on YouTube. It's come from outside. And I think that would be the next step, if we could level up inside YouTube a wee bit and bring as much good quality content as we can, interesting perspectives that we haven't kind of hopped on each other's channels and shared, or in our wee group chats and things that we do. If we bring in insight from outside as much as we can, I think that would be a good thing to do, from whiskey clubs, from events, from people that don't live inside the YouTube world. I think that would be good, because as creators, we're all very supportive of each other and you always want to encourage that. Yeah. But there is a danger that we just kind of feed each other and it's a bit of an echo chamber. So it would be nice if we found ways to I don't know if that makes any sense to you, Jim, at all.
No, it does. And I think it's funny, I've actually thought about that while Paul was talking earlier. And I also think that, as I said to some of the guests earlier on, as much as 2020 taught us something as content creators, as Chris the Last Drop taught me, was what we should be calling ourselves. We still need to evolve. We can't just stop in 2020, because this isn't going to, the world isn't going to change for us tomorrow. If people want more from us as content creators, we have to continue to evolve and not just stand still and keep doing what we're doing. It's hard, and I think that's going to be difficult, in that we've achieved an awful lot in 2020. I think, you guys have achieved an awful lot in 2020. I don't feel like as if I've done anything, really. I've just been quite happily doing what I'm doing, but what you guys have done.
I would step in and I would say, no, Jim, the reason that I reached out to you is that I saw that you were doing this very calm, accessible, friendly content, this and you were studying the whiskey beforehand, and you do a wonderful thing as well, and I think it's unique to you. At the end, after you've reviewed a whiskey, you always bring up something to compare it with, something that's a similar profile, something that's maybe in a similar price bracket or range or something like that. And that's perfect because that gives people context, and you're doubling up right away. So if you review whiskey A and you bring up whiskey B, there's a chance they've tried one of them and they know that there's maybe a better chance they'd like the other and things. And I think your content was pretty good from the get-go, and you obviously had to learn some technical. You do a lot of green screen and things. You do a lot of B-roll in the background and things. Your intros were fabulous, and I know you've had challenges keeping the intros going, but please keep dreaming, keep trying to bring those wee funny, humorous intros and things. And they don't always have to be punchlines. They can be just observations of yours, whatever it is, because that was another very unique Whiskey Novice thing that we were all attracted to and enjoyed. And I think that bringing those wee kind of unique spins on things, that's what brings colour to the landscape. That's what brings...
Well, actually, in fairness, Greg's Whiskey Guide, without realising it, planted a seed in my head. And anyway, but that we'll set aside. I just think, as I say, and thank you very much, I appreciate that. I just think that 2020 has opened a world of interest in the whiskey community, that we've connected in such a way. A lot of us have connected in such a way that we didn't realize we would have connected. Paul, I couldn't believe what came out of Belfast Whiskey Week. I was so shocked, surprised, proud of what came out of Belfast Whiskey Week. And I say proud, it was nothing to do with me, but just the fact that Belfast alone is close to where I live. You know, it was just, and I know you. I was proud to know you from what you did. It was, and all of these whiskey festivals, online whiskey festivals, just proved that as nice as it would be to be in each other's presence, as a group, we've proved that you don't need to be in, that we can get over it and get on with it, and make something of what we've got.
Do you know, Jim, multi-mission, I'm just reading the chat while you've been talking there, because I think, actually, Roy, it's a very interesting debate about, about creating this silo effect. And it's not just within this, in the whiskey fraternity, it's not just within in these kind of conversations, that it happens across everything, across all types of platforms and across all different types of subject matter. What's very interesting though, multi-mission, just to come back on what he's kind of said about, I suppose this idea of selling to each other. I do this, you do that, you do this, I do that, and we'll just keep buying and selling from each other. That very laboured point, particularly going way back, it was just bartering for the same stuff. Do you know what I mean? And he makes a good point. But then, further down in this chat, and when I was just reading it, someone then pops up and says, "Do you know what?" And it's Hellswood. Hellswood says, "Look, it's about you guys. First of all, I'm very different in what I do. I think very specifically, because I've not joined that. I'm going live constantly and constantly having those weekly or monthly conversations. Whereas the people who are doing that, you're interesting. You're not boring. You're not like stuffy. You're not just sitting talking to a camera. If you were like that, you would start to dry out the audience. You would start to dry that out. People would get a little bit bored with it. Actually, the content is created by yourselves. You're always looking for something new. There is always something new. So whiskey, and I harp on about this. Lots of whiskey, lots and lots. Once you've drained the Islay distilleries, well, you just move on to the Highland ones, you know what I mean? And then the Speyside ones, and then whatever our ones. It would take you a long time to lose content of whiskey. So there's a multiple amount of whiskey to talk about, and constantly there's brand new bottles coming out every day. You have the ability as those content creators to continually make it as interesting and as exciting as possible, and you will find that you will attract different people at different times to talk about lots of different things. Jim, again, very honest. It's a very honest platform you have here. And look, the name itself, Whiskey Novice, I think I said it to you the first time, that it just captures in your head whenever you see that. If you don't know who Jim is and you don't see Jim and you just come across a name and it says Whiskey Novice, and you're like, oh, he's a wee bit like me. I'm not like 100% clued up on the whiskey. I wonder what he's saying about it, because it might be actually genuinely what I'm feeling right now also. And I think actually, Jim, you're still in your infancy insofar as that you ain't drank mass amounts of whiskey. You've drunk lots of whiskey, but not mass amounts of whiskey.
No.
Roy, slightly, ahead of the times here, probably drinking lots of whiskey. I'd like to think I've managed to drink. Yeah, I've had a lot of whiskey, and you know what? Particularly during these festivals, you end up. I did 35 out of the 40 odd different tastings. That was a lot. That was a lot of whiskey within the space of a week. And again, and through all those tastings throughout the year, you do a lot of different whiskies. And I think that you two shouldn't worry about it. There will be people out there.
I don't think I have any real worry or concern, but I think awareness is the first step. And when I said silo, maybe that was the wrong. I think I said silo. What probably mean more is like an echo chamber, where we're all kind of, a new release comes out and all the channels talk about the same thing at the same time, and meanwhile there's this other equally exciting release just kind of floating under the radar a wee bit that because we've all been focused on a particular release through watching each other's content, maybe we've missed that other one. So it's nice, I think, that to be able to find listen, it's whiskey. We're never going to be lost for inspiration. We're only limited by our imaginations. Whiskey will continually provide us with interesting things to talk about, interesting things to share. I have no doubt about that at all. I was just hugely nervous about switching the live streams from 2 a month to weekly. But I was able to come up with topics when I was doing it twice a week. And it just always something comes up, some more interesting than others. Some of them's not so interesting, but there's always something to talk about. But I think if we are able to find other blogs, you mentioned multi-mission, and I was tuned in earlier this evening, Jim, and you talked about a blog post that he put out. I've been watching Menno, who's from Belgium and writes with English as a second language better than I can write. And he writes and he summarizes things in a way that I think is very, very interesting. And I can see a lot of the things that he's writing about. Some of it has come from topics and things that I've covered on the channel. We're talking about the same thing at the same time, maybe because it's of the moment or whatever. But there are other things in his blog posts that are completely from somewhere. He's reaching out to other places to pull it in there, and other and I think that's the healthy thing. Whether it's events, obviously we can't touch events right now. Whether it's blog posts, whether it's other whiskey friends or clubs, are an amazing source of information and insight and inspiration and things. And I think that would be a healthy thing. When Jim was talking about there is stepping up quality as time goes on and getting better at it. I think that would be amazing, because it's not only educational, but it's different perspectives, and that's the healthiest thing that we can do. Whiskey allows us to disagree. Disagreement is not a condition of respect or friendship, right? It's okay. It's okay to not like the same thing. Let that be said, and let us embrace that. Jim really loves this one, and I prefer this one. And that if your palate aligns more with Jim, you're probably going to go with the one that he prefers more. And if your palate aligns more with me, or you just apply your own rational intelligence, we don't need to agree. But the healthier you can make it, the more informed you can make the content, the more valuable YouTube becomes as a platform, I think, as a place to share whiskey.
Yeah, I think, as I said to Finn PF earlier on from No Nonsense Whiskey, Finn's been around like yourself, Roy, like Ralphie, been around a while, and we've come to get to know him, and there was this other surge of us new guys fairly recently, and it doesn't matter. we can all live within the same area without upsetting anybody. It's just an opinion. It's just, you know, and everybody's going to have their own view. Everybody's going to have their own take on what they're doing. And there's, as I say, there's a perfectly acceptable place for us all to live within here without upsetting the apple cart. And
that's right. That's right. And I think that if you do find yourself you hear somebody rave about a whiskey and you kind of only just like it, it's okay to say that. You don't need to say, he really loved it, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. She really loved it, but she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need to say it like that. You can say, you know, I prefer this. I happen to know and respect that there are other opinions out there, such as these people, and they like it more than I do. There's ways to say things and remain kind of respectful to each other, just the exact same way as if you were sitting around a table together, right?
Exactly.
And I think that the more color, the more perspectives, the more input, I think the more value proposition there is out there for people to hit that subscribe button, to come back, to be regular supporters and things. And absolutely.
If there's one thing I'm going to do for next year, and it is my, you know, obviously I have a whiskey club to maintain, and I have a whiskey festival to ensure goes ahead. You know what I mean?
What do you think, Jim? The hardest working man in Irish whiskey?
I don't know about that. But
sorry, Paul. I continue.
Here, the one thing I will do next year, and I want to make sure that I do it, and it's, you know, it's top of my agenda. So if my, you know, and I have lots of things to be doing. Real work comes, you know, as a priority. You know, I mean, family is up there. But my next stage is collaboration work, because actually, yeah, I know what I do, and I know how the club works, and I know what to do there, and that's now, it's got its own pathway. And the festival, I think, I know what I'm going to be doing there. So the next piece of work is collaborative work, and I really want to be working with people. And what I mean by that is actual collaborations, rather than, you know, just sticking my name on something or sticking someone else's name on something and saying, here, thanks very much for that. That's really nice. Proper collaborative work where, you know, I'm physically doing something with someone else, physically doing it, being able to say, do you know what, I've helped make that happen. And that's what, that's what I want to do next year. That's my plan. And you know what,
I have to say, and Jim will back me up on this, you would probably be pleasantly and positively surprised just how collaborative and supportive we are.
Yep.
Am I right, Jim?
Yep.
I mean, behind the scenes stuff, things that people don't get to know about and hear about, and things, just we kind of, you know, we drive traffic to each other's channels when we can, and we find wee ways, tasks and things we can do to help each other out. And collaboration has in 20 years of working for me. I lost my job this year due to COVID, by the way. But after working for that company for 20 years, we had a CEO who was very, very open-minded. He hated borders. He hated limitation. He hated definition. His brain was always thinking, how can I stretch this, and collaboration was one of his biggest things. And he said, you're hanging out with your customer, you want to be friends with your customers, but there will always be money in the way. There's always going to be a money exchange there. So always has to remain professional, because as soon as you become friends, the money becomes difficult to talk about. You're closer to your competition than you imagine. Get together with your competition, define what makes you different, realize that you work better, identifying where your strengths are, and play to those strengths, and work in a collaborative way. And that it was time and time again, he proved to us that was the right way to work. But there are old-fashioned mentalities that are out there, unfortunately, very much in whiskey, very traditional mindsets in whiskey, that struggle with collaboration. The Lockdown Whiskey Festival at the start of this year that Scott Adamson pulled off must have been a huge thing for him to go to everybody and say, you need. They asked to have it in my channel, and I said no. So then Scott had to then go and say, if you want to do this, you have to come and do it in the Tomatin channel. And that's a huge ask when you think about it, to go to all these other brands and say, this is the Whiskey Festival, but it's on the Tomatin channel. But you can see that how powerful that was. They had 1,000 viewers on that stream, 1,000 people tuning in live. And that was because it was bigger than Tomatin. It was bigger than Kilchoman. It was bigger than Kilkerran. It was everybody coming together.
It just this year showed to me through a lot of, and just exactly what you were saying, Roy, just sparked things in my mind about, and Paul will know this, about these young Irish distilleries in Northern Ireland helping out each other, pulling out, buying off each other, selling off, selling to each other to keep young things. I need this. There you go. You can have it. You can have it at a good price. Just to keep things alive, keep it alive, because we all know that this needs to be kept alive now, and now's the time to do it. When the shit has hit the fan, or as Menno best described it earlier, as the feces hit the respirator. But it just, it was great to see things like that happening this year. And as you said, there has been, you and I know, there's been helping hands reached out, and it has been very, very much appreciated by all. And what Paul's saying, 100% right. Listen, guys, I'm not going to cut you off by any means.
Well, but you should.
No. Not by any means. Well, it is. I had actually planned to wrap for 11 o'clock, which was quite being, there was no way it was ever going to happen. But I'd managed to keep it fairly on track until you come on, Paul. But I'm only joking, buddy. Only joking.
I think your problem there, Jim, is that you invited the two chatty folk on. That was intentional.
I forgot how well you guys got along. But no, listen, it has been an absolute pleasure. I was going to ask you about 2020 and 2021, but we've already discussed it all about what we made of the year behind us, and what we hope for the year to come. And I just hope, Roy, you and I have already discussed earlier in this year, I should have been in Scotland in 2020, and that trip is still on plan for 2021. Whether it happens or not, who knows?
Listen. We can try and be optimistic about it as much as we can, but pessimism never leads to disappointment. So let's suggest that there is plenty of room for us to stay connected and be pals. And should we allow, we might get, our paths might cross, and you might find yourself, you and I, floating in a wee glass of whiskey in the pot still. That sounds
it's always ahead of us, mate. It's always ahead of us. And the other thing that I wanted to say before I go too much further, I forgot about it. And I did let this slip by. And Paul, you would actually know about this, was I did dip into 2 samples, because it's still Jim's Monday Malt samples. And I said earlier on that Tony, Drams and Draws, sent me up all his Silky samples from Sleeve League. Paul, I'm sure you've had Silky and the Dark Silky by now. Yep. And I've never actually had them. This is the first time I've had it. Must admit, the Silky, I was completely blown away by, strangely.
Did it give you the cast strength version as well, or was it just the 2 original?
He has sent me a pile of stuff, but I've literally just dipped into the 2, really, the Silky and the Dark Silky for now.
The peated, yeah. The really, really, really nice.
Especially, I was really surprised with the standard Silky, how good it was.
Yeah. Do you know what's really funny, Jim? We have Phil Crawford over here, who is Mr. Honest, Mr. Grumpy, Mr. whatever.
We know his thoughts on the Silky.
And he did a review of the original Silky when it first popped out, and absolutely tore it apart. But in his usual manner, not like he was just got out there just to do that. It was very honest. And they took his advice. I mean, it was really strange. It's not their advice, but they looked upon it and went, "Wow, if someone's willing to criticise this without being given the bottle or being told what to write or whatever, and someone's coming out and just writing about how they feel about this whiskey, let's listen to what they have to say. Let's connect with them. Let's look at that." And you know what? They ripped up the mash bill and went again. So brand new. And that original, Silky's gone, and that new one that you have there is really good. The dark Silky, I think, is even better.
Yeah.
I would say is the cask strength version is beyond that also. So they've done really well. New distillery, which have gone down the route of crowdfunding. So they've gone down the route of crowdfunding to build their distillery, really. And I think that's an interesting one that surpassed its goal very quickly in Ireland. People over here just went, "Here, take my money, give me a distillery, take my money," which I thought was really, really, it's nice as a whiskey community. It's really nice to know that people.
I know exactly what you're talking about because Phil came under it. Well, he didn't actually come under a lot of stick for that one, but he was right to do so, I think, in what he did, and it was nice that Sleeve League rethought things and under, as you say, after one really bad review from a good reviewer, and sorted it out. But the other one that I wanted to, what I'm actually sitting on now, which was a sample from Shea Brewing.
What is that? Take it back a little bit. It's a wee bit blurry.
I'm waiting on the camera doing its thing. Come on.
Oh, is that that's our official bottling? Yes, that's our official bottling. Thank you very much.
So I don't know what's in it. Is it still a single malt or is it still a?
So this is it was labelled as a 10-year-old, but it's not. It's an 11-year-old single cask Bushmills, 11-year-old single cask Bushmills, cask strength. Sorry, I should rephrase that. It's 11-year-old cask strength Bushmills, which has been in bourbon cask and finished off for its end of life in a Caribbean rum firkin. So absolutely powerful stuff. Powerful. Really, really powerful stuff.
Well, I'm glad I'm getting it straight from the horse's mouth as I.
You know what I thought was very interesting, Roy? The review that, again, Phil, the hardest critique that I've ever come across, I think he gave it a 7. And that, to me, is like a 10.
Yeah.
So Phil is obviously, I've had the pleasure of spending time with Phil as well. He might be a bit of a critic and things, but he's a gentleman. He's a very nice guy too.
And he's honest. He's honest.
Absolutely. And he writes, he's part of the team that writes for Malt Review.
Yeah, cannot wait. I'm going to say this. I cannot wait. 2 things I really want to get across. One, I cannot wait for Malt Review of Waterford. Can't wait for that. Looking forward to the Malt Review of Waterford. Fact.
Well, there has been a kind of pseudo review where they rated it 11 out of 10.
Yeah, that's just absolute fun. Can't wait to see the review of Waterford being done by Malt, hopefully impartially, with maybe with maybe Phil doing the review. And also, I want to just say about Tony. So Tony Kane, we're talking about, yes. So Tony Kane, I dropped off just a couple of weeks back for the festive week here. I dropped off, the beautiful box. It was very late at night. This is a strange one. I was going around the country, Roy. This is how you roll with a festival. What you do is you send every parcel which is external to Northern Ireland out by courier, and it gets to America in 23 hours, right? And then what you do is you take all the other parcels in the Northern Ireland and you deliver it by yourself, hand delivered. That's what you do. That's how you roll. That's how you make it happen. There's no bollocking about. You do it yourself.
That's what Tony does.
At half past 10 at night, I'm driving through those beautiful country lanes, across Ballymoney, Ballybogey area, and come across Tony's house. And I drop off the box at the door, chap the door and run away back into my car, and I speed off. And I get home. So I was using my car, and I get home, and I'm putting stuff on the table, and I'm, getting everything out of my pockets. I'm like, where the hell is my van key? I don't have my van key on me. I was like, because I'd used the van and took the stuff out of the van and put it into the car. I was like, this is a nightmare. I can't find my van key. I wonder if I took it with me. So then I messaged everyone who had delivered parcels to and said, listen, do me a massive favour, just check on your driveway or anything in the street, please just check, see if you find a van key. Tony comes back to me the next day, found a van key. You are a legend. I now need a van key. I'll come up and meet you. So I drove back up and met him partially at Ballymena just, and he gave me my van key back. But because he's an absolute sport, an absolute gentleman, also gave me a little gift bag with 4 samples of whiskey. I was like, "What's this all about? You're giving me free whiskey and my van key, and a Bushmills fruit loaf." Man, I was blown away. I was like, I'm getting Christmas presents for losing a van key. I need to lose my van key more often. So yeah, he's lovely fella, and I haven't. I've had so much whiskey to do in the last couple of weeks, but I will get on to my Christmas present from him, which I
got a text one day, and same idea. Got a text one day, and just Jim, what's your address? And it was Tony, and I sent him my address, and got a knock on the door about an hour later, and opened the door, and this is in the period of lockdown, like, and this guy standing in a mask with rubber gloves on. Now, as I said at the time, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago in Northern Ireland, somebody with a mask on and a pair of rubber gloves knocking your door and standing at your door in Northern Ireland, you'd have shot yourself. And this guy's standing at the door with him. I just opened the door to this guy and I went, "Hello?" And he went, "Jim?" And I went, "Yes." "Tony." And it was like, fucking hell, Tony. And yet again, he was standing with a box of samples for me, and it was like, fuck me. Like, and we ended up sitting for an hour and a half talking on my doorstep. The balls were froze off me.
Do you know, it is good. Honestly, do you know what? I really appreciate getting my van key back. I don't think you'll understand how much I appreciate it. I think to get a van key replaced is between £200 and £400. That was not happening. I was not paying for a new van key. So I'm really glad that he did that, and it saved me driving around all the places I'd visited the day before. But that's how you run a festival, Roy. That's it. Don't think it just happens like that. It doesn't. You physically go and drive it, and you drop off the boxes yourself. You make it happen. And listen, Jim, you pointed out something, and I just want to say, because we have this opportunity, we've got. And Roy, you just picked up on that festival bottling, and it's something to do with that, really. Cologne. I purchased the liquid via Cologne, so I asked them to source me Bushmills liquid. They sourced me the Bushmills liquid, and then I bought a cask, and they put the liquid into the cask, and they did all that for me, gave me my first festival bottling, which, by the way, was sold at I think we sold it at retail at £100 per bottle, give or take, pennies, whatever it was. And by the end of the festival, it had retailed then again about £150 a bottle. It then went into secondary market, which I absolutely detest, and sold for approximately £250 a bottle, which I'm really, really bleep annoyed about. But I've ended up having to buy, because I've seen them in auction. I've had to buy them myself. I bought them back. So if people are buying, I've ended up having to buy them back so I could have them and drink them. But we've got in the pipeline. I thought maybe it's not something I've spoken about. We've got in the pipeline 4 or 5 different distillery bottlings for the festival for next year. So that's interesting. So we've already kind of expanded the festival bottling, which I thought was pretty cool, from different places. But surprisingly enough, 2 of them are coming from Scotland, which I think is pretty cool. So they're not necessarily Irish whiskies. We're going to have at least 2 bottlings from Scotland. And you said earlier on, Roy, the way in which you brought people onto your programme, onto your shows, to talk about, to your audience, whether or not your audience, were the right audience specific for the, for the guests. We don't do that a lot within the Whiskey Club. We don't do it a lot. We do it, but not a lot. And what we do with ambassadors specifically, or distillery owners, is that we make it quite clear to them when they come and have the conversation with the group, with the club, that they're going to get very honest feedback very quickly. People aren't going to hold any punches. And also, Roy, we score our whiskies in our club group, our club tastings. So they get an honest group scoring, collective scoring. And more recently, we had Mark Westmoreland from Wolfburn on, and he brought the core range, and including the 155, distillery bottling also. And not that it got bad results, it didn't. It just, maybe, it just wasn't like high numbers, high scoring numbers. And yet the group were very, very honest. But what was even better was Mark's reaction to the entire thing. He was like, "Great, thank you very much. We'll take that. We'll take that." And not only that, but by the end of it was like, I'm winning hearts here. People are coming around to what Wolfburn's about and what we're going to get here. I then invited him as an ambassador to another tasting, out with him talking about Wolfburn. There was no Wolfburn at this other tasting. I just brought him on and said, "Listen, you're coming to our club tasting one night. You're going to have fun," and he did. And he came on and took part as a participant. It was nice to have, and we did that with a couple of ambassadors this year. We brought on about 4 or 5 different ambassadors, and invited them along to come to just a tasting with the club for the crack. Not that no pressure. There was nothing. They didn't have to talk about their bottles or anything like that. But just brought them in, And by the end of it, the sales generation, maybe for these people, well, I know for a fact with the Wolfburn, there was sales from that, because actually people were like, "I actually really like that Wolfburn. I'll go and purchase it," and they didn't have to. There's no pressure. There was nothing added to it, but it was just the honesty, and we've had that with a couple of ambassadors. But I think that your point you were making, Roy, was very, very important. It is about that. The connecting with your audience. And my audience is very small. It's a small group of, I think our membership's plus 65 or something. It's not a massive club. It's not a huge club. It's a big enough club, but it's not a huge club. The fact we can run 2 or 3 tastings a month means it is a reasonable size. Not I mean?
Absolutely. That's a similar size as Glasgow Whiskey Club, Paul.
Yeah. It's a reasonable size, but I think it's manageable as well, Roy. You've got to remember again. I'm going round and literally at this point in time, just driving around the country, dropping off whiskies every week, so people get a drink. But it's a limited audience. The audience that you both have, and even tonight, the amount of people you've had on, Jim, constantly rolling through this evening. And I know people are going off to bed, but you're still keeping the numbers that are here, because people are coming in at this time of night and just coming into that. But your numbers again, right? Huge numbers. Your audiences are vast, and you have to, I suppose you have to cater for them. You know what I mean? There's going to be lots of things that you have to be, conscious of. But Jim, I know that you're pressed for time. I know this will have to end very quickly. I want to say thank you very much.
Paul, it's been great to have you on. And listen, what I wanted to say was, before I move on, because what this is about still, and what these Monday nights for me were about, were samples and getting into these samples that people have sent me and letting them know what I think about them. And just even while I'm doing this live, I'm drinking them and I'm forgetting that I'm drinking them. And this is one from Che Francis that I was very pleased to get. It's the Kilchoman 12-year-old, 2020 12-year-old, 54.2% from their presentation this year. Che knew I was a Kilchoman fan and sent me this, and was very, very appreciative of it. And very nice it is. Che, thank you.
Well, Che's a lovely fellow, isn't
he? Yeah, he really is.
He's a good lad.
Kilchoman, weird, and I'm going to do a Whiskey Jason. Whiskey Jason was in here earlier, and I missed him. But if you do that Whiskey Jason thing, and that's Kilchoman for me, is a good like that, and that there's good ones and not well, good ones and bad ones for me personally. This is a good one.
Do you know what? On the Kilchoman, I've never had a bad Kilchoman, and that's really, that's something I can't say about all distilleries. I don't think I've come across a negative one.
Well, we were talking about audiences and the honesty and things, Paul, but as you mentioned a bad Kilchoman there, I had Anthony Wills on the channel very recently, and I told him, I held up one of his bottles and I said, "I don't like this. This isn't very good." And he sent me, I don't have it here now, I've taken it away. It was the 4th edition, 100% Isla, very farmyardy, overly farmyardy. and I tried to explain to him why I didn't like it, and he sent me the 10th edition because he was like, you need to try the new one. You need to try the new one. What was very interesting is that I poured from the 4th edition on a Sunday evening hangout, and the 4th edition tasted really nice. Now, you might say that it's because the bottle's been open and it's opened up and all of this stuff, but it might just be that I've changed. It could just simply be that I've changed. But one of the things that so I'm able to say that to Anthony Wells, I didn't like your bottle.
Yeah,
and he's like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. And but the other thing that's quite cool as well is that when you're inviting people on and you give them kind of the topics that you would like to talk about rather than what they would, because I'm never going to bring people on to do a brand parade on the show. There's 100 tastings happening every month that they can do that on. You know, so I'm always going to say, what about this subject, that concept? What about talking about this? And my idea for Anthony Wells was obvious that the absurdity of Kilchoman even existing was a good topic. The first 124 years it took for another distillery to get built on Islay by an Englishman on a farm in a place that's one of the most windswept, bleakest spots on the west coast of the British Isles. And bang, here's a distillery, and it's doing very, very well. Thank you very much. That was the story. And I said, Anthony, when you're an enthusiast, you this is because you loved whiskey. That's why it exists. Yeah, absolutely. I love whiskey. When you were, what was the whiskey that you really loved? What did you love? What do you drink? And he said, Ardbeg. I'm a big Ardbeg fan. And I said, well, you know what to drink when you're on the absolutely. I'll be drinking an Ardbeg. And that's become a lovely wee mechanic, a lovely wee device, because if you're having somebody coming on to the show and to be passionate and talk about whiskey passionately, they have to be an enthusiast. And that means that they have to enjoy whiskies outside their own portfolio. And how lovely and disarmingly honest is it to say that?
Yeah.
Say that you're drinking something that isn't your product.
You know what?
Have
Have you ever come across Jarlath Watson from Ecklandville Distillery?
I haven't, no.
No, I'm going to say something about Jarlath. I know Jim knows who Jarlath Watson is from Ecklandville. Now, Jarlath is a member of our club, which is nice. We've got people who are from distilleries who are members of the club. Very, very important to have. And people within the industry in the club, because they're enthusiasts. And actually, it's so important to have someone like Jarlath there, because you get to have that honest opinion with him. It's not all about his whiskey. It's not all about Ecklandville or Dunville products. It's not. And actually, we know what he likes. But I hit him with a 12-year-old Tesco Finest, which is finished in PX casks. Now, funnily enough, Dunville's is a Dunville's 12-year-old PX cask from the same frickin' source liquid. So these two samey bottles, and I give him the 12-year-old Tesco, and he's like, "That's really good." Man, I know it's good because it's the same frickin' stuff that you're putting out, but Tesco's is putting out. And you've got it, and he's like, "Well, you can't go wrong with that." Yep, Tesco's, no problem. And then he's happy. He is happy in his own skin to pick out all of these different brands, and Scotch whiskey in particular. We'll talk about Glendronach and we'll talk about Kilchoman because he loves them, and we'll talk about other Irish whiskies, particularly maybe Redbreasts, Jameson 15 single pot still. We'll talk about that, and he can go through all these whiskies way before he gets these on, and he's very comfortable with that. And I like that. I like that.
Perfect, absolutely.
That's someone who enjoys their whiskey. It's not someone who is just blowing their own frickin' trumpet about their own whiskey and caring for sales. It's let's go enjoy the whiskey. You know what I mean?
Two other people who did that I noticed doing that did the same thing. Was, and her name escapes me, Roy, you would remember from Glenmoray.
Kirsty McCallum.
Yeah. Kirsty McCallum did that, and Brendan Carty, I have from Kilchoman down in County Down there, and I've noticed both of them. It was two that I picked out very specifically at the time. Kirsty, I just thought whenever she was on with you, Roy, I just thought she was an absolute star, and it was the fact that she was just, I can't remember. I think she was sipping at somebody else's whiskey at the time, and Brendan, I've posted pictures of bottles that have opened, and Brendan has commented on them as just how much he loves these and it's Scotches, it's Americans, it's and these are people who work for distilleries or who own distilleries or whatever, and that to me is what it's about. It's not all about your own product. It's about you have to know these other people's products before you can produce a good product. Really,
Brandy is a gag, and I tell you what, Brandy is way too funny. During the summer there, we got Peter Bignell from Belgrove Distillery over in Australia involved in the Whiskey Festival. And we got, he sent over a couple of bottles, which is oats, whiskey using oats in the mash. And Brendan says quite categorically, that's his favourite whiskey of all time. That's it. There's no better whiskey than that whiskey. Doesn't care what he produces at his own distillery that he owns. That's the best whiskey. And then last night at 2:00 in the morning, this morning, he messaged me after our last night's tasting and said, "Do you know what? I just fell in love with the 12-year-old Springbank. That's it. That's the best whiskey ever." And I'm like, you know what? Make your mind up. But here, at least it was 2 a.m. He was probably well past it by then. But look. He's a good lad. He's good fun.
That was a Springbank 12 cast strength epiphany he had right there.
That's what it was.
It'd be interesting to know which batch it was as well.
It was that port cast, that one-off port cast that they did. So it's a very interesting, very divisive one, I think, in the Springbank community. Yeah,
guys, listen. As much as I appreciate what we always just end up. I know whenever you two guys and I start talking. Well, when you two guys start talking.
Jim, when was the last time you saw a VPub run under 2 hours on target?
Oh, I know. But we're already
if you invite me on, you know what's going to happen, buddy. It's your own fault. Don't lay the blame at my feet.
This has gone for 4 hours. Like, I'm not complaining by any means. And the other thing, by the way, I moved on to another sample there just before we leave, and I'm not even sure if Lee J's still in here, but I think this came from Lee J Brown, Big Pete 2018 Christmas edition. And I held on to the last because obviously it's the most peaty sample that I had tonight, and I do like my peated whiskey. And I've said before that I do like Big Pete, but I don't know whether it's as good as the sum of its parts.
Wow, interesting, Jim. Interesting. I really like them. Those Big Pete's, and particularly the Christmas editions, are good fun. The tubes are absolutely brilliant. Love Santa Claus. Santa Claus.
I'll have to give this a moment, but it's actually the Christmas edition. This Christmas edition anyway is certainly better than the standard edition, in my opinion. At first pass, now it's released at a 50. What was this one? 50. I think it's 53.9, whereas the standard's 46%. But it's not as burnt rubber or tire rubber. There's not the same rubbery nose off it as there is off the standard to me. But anyway, Lee J, appreciate it, mate. I'm not going to wrap it up. What I'm going to say is, guys, thank you both for joining in. I genuinely appreciate it. It's always been interesting talking to you guys this year, individually or as a pair, or just, and everybody, from what chat I could see which was going on there, everybody else seemed to appreciate it.
The chat's been good. I've been watching that chat.
I would know with Paul, we've driven down his viewing figures here, we've sent his audience off to bed.
The thing is, Roy, you know as well as I do that inevitably they just go to bed. It's just people just some tell us, some don't.
Fall asleep in their seats.
Yeah, but
you got a better background. That's the issue. You guys have beautiful backgrounds. I've just got this.
Here, What I will say is, and I did say to anybody earlier on, and this might happen, might not. Anybody that's still around who was logged in earlier, as in any of the guests who were in earlier, if they're still about and you wish to log back in again to say goodnight, please do so. Please do so now before we wrap up, because it would be great to have you back in. There's Whiskey Straight Al is about still to this day. Of course he is. Al, you don't sleep, do you?
I do sleep.
Hey, can I just compliment you, Al, on the camera work here? My goodness, look at the depth of field he's got going on there. And live stream.
I have got to. You remember the first time, Roy, when I was on with the space age stuff, and everything was great.
Yeah, I remember.
And then it all went tits up, and I was like, "Oh God!" But I finally got it sorted out. But one thing I'll have to say from that, I've got a few mates who are not overly into whiskey. They sort of like it. And I said to one of my mates, he's actually my local postman. He says, "Look, I'm going to be on with this guy. He's really famous in the whiskey world, and you got to tune in." So we tuned in. So on the Sunday night, he came to deliver the mail on the Monday morning. He says, "See that guy, Roy? He knows his stuff. He's very articulate. I think I'm going to have to subscribe to him." You know,
so, there you go.
He has, and he was right, because you've just got that sort of way with you, where it's just so laid back, so easy going, so articulate, and it just flows. You know, if you were just normal doing normal reviews like us,
a Whiskey Straight Al blush. There you go.
If you were just doing normal reviews like us, you wouldn't have to edit them, because we do things and it's like balls. I can't say that, or forget a word, or do something, but it just flows.
So would you be listening to 2-hour reviews from Roy? I don't know about that.
It flows too much, Alan. That's your way of telling me that. And I know very well. I'm acutely aware. My wife used a word that I had to look up. She said, "Yes, sometimes you're a bit verbose." So, exactly. Okay. That's the thing, though. That's the thing that everybody has to kind of wrap their head around, is that there's very few of us, unless you're Mark Gillespie. Siri. Unless you're Mark Gillespie, he came from a broadcasting background and came into doing podcasting. So he's got a very polished professional delivery. But the rest of us have, a billion other jobs. This was a hobby. This was born out of passion. And we are all amateurs, and we hope. I noticed Vin made a very good point, Vin from No Nonsense Whiskey, when he was on the stream earlier, Jim. And he talked about that idea that you should be able to look back on your first videos, the first content that you put out, and be embarrassed by it. You should see that progression happening. You should be getting better to the point that it makes you want to go back and modify your original content.
But at least the one thing I hope you haven't had in any of your comments, and I know I haven't had in any of mine, is like, I know you're very articulate. You can keep it flowing. At least nobody has ever said to you, you've got a diarrhea of dialogue, but a constipation of ideas.
Oh, Alan, I've had it all. I've had some of the most, sometimes the more brutal comments I pin for a little while. But then I realised that I'm just asking for the community to be cruel to somebody, right? So I don't do that anymore. But yeah, see if you're gonna, as the channel gets bigger, YouTube maybe decides that it might try and promote you and help you a little bit, and so it puts your video out and promotes you, which is wonderful for it to happen. You see that spike in traffic, but you know when it's happening because the comments that you get in from people that they don't know you from Adam, and they just come on and they can be brutal.
There's some people just out there who live to put you down. It's like Ralphie says, like in his last video, within a few seconds of putting up his video, there's like 2 or 3 thumbs down, and these people just subscribe to him because they don't like him, and that's it. So
I had a comment once.
Once you put yourself out there, that happens.
I was going to the Glasgow Whiskey Club one evening. It's very late. I can say this. I think it's going to be fine. I was going to the Glasgow Whiskey Club one evening, and as the train was pulling into my train station, I looked at my phone, and it was a YouTube comment that came up, and it was just a comment from one of these just random comments from somebody I didn't recognise, and it said, "Why should I listen?" And this was really quite complimentary, if I'm honest, but in a very cruel way. They said, "Why should I listen to you? You bleached denim wearing, pedicure seeking hipster."
Brilliant.
And it just went off on this really personal attack on me like that. And I was looking at this, and I got on the train, and I just replied, "Your dad sells Avon." Right? And I got on the train, and I went off to the whiskey club, but I realized that I'd been taken down by somebody. I'd been trolled, and I reacted. Immediately,
Don't feed the troll.
I can't have his comment.
Your
On
dad sells Avon.
I just kind of swiped it to the side and deleted it.
It was Vin that told me. It was Vin. I remember talking to Vin right at the start when he was still under 1,000 subs, and I had done a bit of live, and he says, "You have to get into YouTube." And I'm like, "No, look, I've got a face for radio, you know, and a voice for a silent movie, but I can write as a journalist, you know." So
Don't put yourself down, Al. That's silly. Come on.
But I eventually got there, you know, and it's just like, and one word of advice he gave to me was, if somebody puts you down, if somebody trolls you, just ignore them.
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
and it is,
them, and that's or mute them, and that's the best way, because some of you guys that follow me on Twitter, well, I've lost quite a few followers over some of my views, but I am quite, how can I say it, quite vocal, quite set in my views. But thankfully, when it comes to the whiskey,
are you talking about whiskey views, or are you talking about general life views?
Well, general life views, and
see that's I think that's the wonderful thing, Alan, that we've got here, is that pocket, that safe space, that we don't need to have the same political views. We don't have to have the same kind of gender views or religious views or whatever it may be that defines us outside of whiskey, because coming together over a glass of whiskey gives you that pocket of time to see beyond the things that divide, and you see the person, and you get a warm fuzzy feeling about the person, and you think, I like this guy, and then you hear that he doesn't believe the same things as you, he doesn't vote the way that you do, he doesn't eat the way that you do, he doesn't travel the way you do, all of these things but it doesn't matter, because you've already decided that they're a good person.
That's right. Because one of my best mates, he keeps putting up stuff that I don't like, but we interact all the time, and he loves whiskey, and he's asking me for advice, and we're talking about whiskey, and every time I see him posting something else, I want to fucking strangle him, and he wants to strangle me too, but we've never fell out. But the thing is, there's lots of other people that have fallen out with me, and I have the wee thing there, you know, unfollowers, and it's like some of the people have unfollowed me, like, bloody hell, I'm for your stuff.
But that's Twitter. Twitter is a different world. Yeah. I think Twitter is just a silly world.
This is whiskey people, and they're like, you know what, whatever. I have my own views. It's all about, but it's whiskey, and whiskey brings people together, you know, and that's why, like, I've only met Paul the once. You remember we went down there for the Pug Uglies?
Yeah.
Great bloody day. So it was, and we met Kieran Mulgrew, and we did our thing. It was fucking fantastic. And here's hoping that next year, or, well, maybe not next year, the year after, it'll become a close-up personal thing again, because that was just a brilliant experience of like-minded people coming together, talking about whiskey and just enjoying each other's company. And all that mattered was whiskey.
No, you're right. I don't think I judged Roy for being a Partick Thistle fan, and if I did, it would be a damn shame. It's Al, you make some good points. You definitely make some good points. I think the fact that there's that many people even on this one screen from different places caring about whiskey is what it's important. You know, I mean that's you know, we could have, I don't know how many folk are in your chat right now, Jim, because I'm off the chat, but maybe about 50 odd people. Says it all. You know, right now at this time of night, you know, we've got 20 to 12 here, and there's 50 odd people want to talk about whiskey.
Whiskey,
And
what is it?
It's that global village. Before the wife and the daughter went to bed, I brought them in, showed them the chat, and who was up, and I says, look, he's from here. These are people from all over the world. We've all got the same interest. And while most of us have never met before, we're all connected. We're all friends in that global village. And that's what it's all about. Even Alan, the whiskey friend.
I'm looking around actually, because I had a strong feeling that I'd met most of the people here. But if I look at it, Alan, I've met you, of course. Luna, I've met you in Germany. And the rest of you, I have actually not shaken your hands yet. But it doesn't feel like that. It feels like I know you all. That's right. It feels like we have met. And
you've been in my living room more often. You've been in my living room more often than my own father. You know, do you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, you're here often. You're here often, but you know, I think it's great. I love this type of interaction. I love physical hugs and drinks, but I love this also. Do you know what I mean? Because it allows us to.
Do you know what?
You drink less physically, that would be interesting.
I was waiting on Jim's question about what you're looking forward to in 2021. I know we didn't get that far, but we've all benefited and we've all found silver linings throughout the year. But it was brutal. I really, really miss people. I miss people.
Absolutely.
And I've always been a kind of hug. Luna knows that probably the first thing I did when I met Luna is gave her a hug. Alan, I met you at Deanston, so that wasn't a hugging environment. So actually, the first time I met you was a pot still. But
no, you'd have to be drunk to hug Alan.
That would be
the Kentucky hug, but there's a Scottish hug as well, right?
No, a hug.
Scottish people don't hug. Usually, Roy does.
I tell you, Paul's Scottish. Alan is Scottish. There's three of us in here. I think we're all partial to a wee hug. We don't mind a wee.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, yeah, sure. No.
A wee Glasgow hug.
See, to ask me, and this is I'm not. I physical contact is something that's a bit alien to me. Me, and as much as I come from a rather large family, I didn't grow up with physical contact. I was very much. We were all very much
as long as me, then, Jim.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. We were, you know, it's Northern Ireland. It's just the way you treat it. Just like that, Pete. Fuck up.
Oh my God.
But it doesn't. So physical contact's not something, but it's something as somebody that has grown with a family now of my own who need physical contact. My children, you know, come and ask for, you know, and it's something that weirdly has become more and more of a necessity in my life. And when I watch, and it's weird, Luna, when I see you, Luna, the first thing I think of is Chris and you, and a picture that I seen of you and Chris in the last drop hugging at one of the festivals, and it was just like, so that's Luna. So now I know Luna, and it was from seeing some sort of physical contact, and it's weird how these physical meetings seem to make for a better, you know, and
West.
Jim, see when that gathering happens and you're involved and you're not used to physical contact, you're going to need to sanitize up and strap in, buddy, because you're just going to have to deal with it. It's very much part of it, and it's very easy to blur that ground, you know, that kind of polite first time meeting somebody where it's maybe a handshake and a how you doing and things, because we've got to know each other so much over video, that doesn't happen. It's just handshakes and hugs and how you doing, and straight away it's almost like and this is true every time you have this discussion on a channel or outside of a channel, people say the same thing. We feel comfortable, familiar. Eric Waite is still in tonight. He talks about this often. When Eric and I first met, it was very much, we just picked it up as if we were old pals because we knew each other from this. It was the same when I was in the States and met the Scotch Test Dummies for the first time. Bizarre, thousands of miles of difference. And you meet each other, and it makes it very, very easy. So
it's like when we met, Roy, it was just the same.
What was that?
When we met up, it was just the same. There's no, as if you've met for ages and you've known each other for a long, long time.
You're telling me fibs now, Alan. I'll tell you why. You came in with your pal Jerry. How's Jerry doing? Is he all right?
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he's back.
I mean, you need to see Alan's dressed. He's dressed down with his skip cap on just now. He's got on and things. I stride into the Pot Still in Glasgow to meet Alan and his pal Jerry. My God, these guys are they're dressed like a couple of mannequins. I'm not talking a top man kicked through a branch of Burton's mannequins. I'm talking about the best of gear they had on. I mean, Alan had a hanky in his suit jacket pocket. Am I telling a lie, Alan? No, I'm not telling a lie. These guys were dressed to the nines.
I've never seen that.
Alan was only outdressed by his pal Jerry, who was one dapper dude, I have to say.
Yeah.
And the two of them, I walk in and I walk up, and Alan's the shock on his face. And he stands up and he looks and he shakes my hand and he says, Roy, I didn't think you'd turn up. and that was his opening sentence to me. And I said to him, Alan, I'm a dad, just a dad with kids from Glasgow, and I'm into whiskey and you're into whiskey, and you invite me here for a dram. What's not going to make me turn up? And we hung out there for, I don't know, a couple of hours, Alan, whatever.
Oh, wow.
And then you went off in your glad rags and danced the night away. You and your pal.
Yeah.
So
there is I get the impression that at some point we will meet up and we will be talking about these times and going, do you remember when? Do you remember when we were talking, you know, and like as if it's a physical contact, but it's not, obviously, you know, we're not physically here with each other, but we're remembering it like we've had physical contact with each other.
And
so
we hope that there's no cameras there.
yeah.
And
obviously,
recording this session.
Yes, Lena.
Sorry.
Greg.
Listen, guys, look. Right, we could run this on all night, and
Alan would.
Well, certainly there's certain
Alan's getting warmed up now.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't Pete. I meant to show it. It was this. What was it? What? Oh no, it keeps moving. The Hugging Novice episode. There we go. Daniel Vermaas always.
Now, I actually have a Daniel Vermaas hug on video. If anybody watches the Scotch Test Dummies in Scotland video, part 1, me collecting.
He's kind of big, isn't he?
Daniel is a tall guy. I'm 6'1", so to give it scale in that video, the moment that I picked him up at the airport, and we made
metrically.
Please, meters.
1.8 something. 1.80, 1.82, something like that.
Who, me?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for my European 185 centimeters. Daniel's this much taller, but then Bart is this much taller than Daniel again.
I'm about half the size of Bart, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, so it's gonna be pink.
Sorry. Height. Still talking about height.
Height, yeah.
Height, yeah. Still.
Sorry.
I'm going to watch that video.
Evil thoughts.
So Roy, I'm gonna be obliged to watch that Isla episode again. Oh, that's gonna be painful. It's so beautiful. I have to say it again. So beautiful what you made in Isla with the Scotch test dummies, Roy. I cannot say enough good things about not only the ambience, everything that shows up, but also the editing, the shooting, everything. It's a professional movie, documentary, honestly.
Well, I was waiting on the but coming there, Greg, but when is part 3?
Oh,
still delinquent on part 3.
Well, let's say I hope to be in someday. That would mean mostly that I will visit Isla at least.
Inevitably for you, Greg, it's unfortunately for you, there's an inevitability there. You will appear someday, and in that same video, you'll see so many people in the community that were
sure. It's not for me. I say that would mean only I will visit Isla and meet you.
That's why that Facebook page existed. That Barflies page is that it's nice that we're all doing this virtual thing, but let's try and drive towards the ability to meet up. Maybe it's just going to be like Alan and I meeting in the pot still. Maybe it's going to be a few of us getting together, doing a distillery tour together or something. When it's really magical, when it's really fantastic, is when, Alan, you came to the Scotch Test Dummies gathering in Glasgow as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
And when you get all of those people together, there's nothing beats it. If I talk about putting people in whiskey first, nothing beats it. You just come together and you come away from those life-affirming evenings, really, really nice, warm, fuzzy vibes and feelings. I have to say, that's what I'd be looking forward to in 2021 more than anything, I think.
I'm sure.
And funny enough, that's what I said to my wife earlier on when I brought the wife and daughter in to show how Jim had brought people together from all over the world in this environment because of the conditions that we're under. She's like, that's really good. That's pretty cool. Last year we went to Disney. That's her big thing. She's been there a few times. First time we brought the daughter, and I said, meeting up with these guys and having a proper drink together and just a proper meetup. That's my Disney.
But even that night in Glasgow, Roy, it wasn't all about the whiskey. It was all about the meeting the people. That kind of, I think that took centre stage in the end.
I bet you can't even remember what whiskey you drank, Alan.
Oh, well, I could probably remember a few of them, but not all of them.
Well, I remember the ones that were donated. There was a bottle there. There was a bottle I donated. A bottle was donated that night by Ralphie. You might remember the Old Pulteney 17.
Wow.
Well, he didn't donate it. He was, I basically said, because when we did the VPub together, there was a lot of money came in that night, and I just said, Ralphie, let's just split this. And he said, aye, okay. He said, but we might have you buy whiskey and share it at your upcoming gig. And I gave him a couple of bottles to choose from, and he chose the Old Pulteney 17. So that's where that bottle came from. And that was the Bonaccord in Glasgow, just let us free pour bottles. He said, I'll lay out the glasses for you and things like that. And
that's very cool.
Just an amazing thing for them to do and let us have that space. And yeah, I can't wait for that again. Aye. But you're right, Alan, you remember the folk, you remember the...
Yeah, it's the people, the whiskey was there, but the more it was the meeting up and the chat and the conversation and the shaking hands and hugging and all that.
Aye.
We can all have a great whiskey in the comfort of our own home, but getting together and sharing it with other people is what gives it that little extra.
Yeah, exactly.
It's whiskey. It's all about sharing.
Yep.
Guys, I'm not that.
Oh, Jim, you're still here.
You're here.
I'm still here.
You don't know what you organized.
This is part of what I love about bringing these together is the fact that I can just sit and listen to you, because it's the people in the chat. I imagine that's what they're enjoying too. It doesn't matter whether I'm here. It's just bringing you together and us listening to you. I'm quite happy to listen to these stories all night long. Well, within reason, because yet again, my bladder says different. But Guys, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you all. It really has. All year, just to be in the presence of you guys in some way, shape, or form throughout the year at different times has just made my year go easier. And I'm sure
Same for us.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, in different ways, we've all done the same thing. We've all had different points of, you know, we've all had down times in 2020. We've all had up times in 2020, and
Not
just
too many.
yeah. But it's weird because I'm sitting here for the last 20 minutes, half an hour thing, and this is just us chatting back screen. I forgot I was still live.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't matter to me that it was still live. As far
That
as
might
I'm
be the old
concerned,
age, Jim.
Aye,
That might be the old age, that.
it could well be.
You're being the Black Santa and not delivering whiskey to me, you balance.
I didn't get that.
But you know, I'm so delighted that some of you were able to come back but I'm just delighted that you could all join me tonight.
I'm just glad that no one slagged off the audience. Do you know what I mean? I think that was the most important thing there because they were still there.
That's the thing, Paul. People just want to listen to you talking. I don't know. I don't get it personally. But here,
you know what it is? It's the beautiful accent that I have, you know, and that's gorgeous facial features, you know. That's what it is.
Nobody knows what it is, Paul. Is he Scottish?
I think they're here for your humility and modesty, Paul, to be honest.
That's right. Here, Jim, will you turn on Paul's camera there so we can see what he's talking about?
Jim, if you're not too tired.
Cheers, Al.
If you're not too tired.
No worries, Paul. Love you, mate.
I'll tell you what I've done. I've poured a glass of a whiskey and Paul talked about it earlier, that made a difference to my 2020, and one that I was very pleased to. And it was that Bushmills 2008, the Causeway collection.
The Muscatel.
Muscatel.
Okay.
And it just the fact that Bushmills finally listened, Casa Cuervo finally listened and just said,
because
right.
It's 46%.
It is 50.
No, cast strength.
Oh, cast strength. Wow.
56.4%. Greg, I will keep
more.
Greg, I will keep a sample for you because I know you're a Bushmills fan, and I'll get a sample off to you.
And you'll get
Jim,
something special.
It took Bushmills nearly 2 years for that to happen. And I'll tell you why. 2 years ago, we invited Bushmills to do a tasting with us, and you know they were very keen to do a tasting with the club. And I said, listen, bring us something special. Bring me something special, because previously to that, I'd done a tasting with Bushmills down in the south of Ireland, and I took with me to that tasting. I took one of the original from the late 1980s, an original rum cask strength 12-year-old. No, sorry, might have been 16-year-old. Sorry, and an original fully sherry matured also cask strength Bushmills, and some older expressions. And we did this tasting, and we had one of the brand ambassadors there at it. And afterwards, I said, I'd love you to do something in Belfast, and let's make it special. So Bushmills came to the table with 9 spirits that night. Yeah, Jim, I don't know if you came to it. It was in the Hart Bar. It was up the stairs.
No, it wasn't that.
And they brought 9 whiskies. Each one of those whiskies was first fill in a type of cask, and all of them were above 15 years old, and all of them were cask strength. So we were tasting first fill Marsala cask, first fill rum cask, first fill sherry cask, first fill bourbon cask, first fill acacia wood, first fill would I say Madeira already? You know, so like, you know, all the bourbon cask, all of these 9 expressions, and it took them 2 years from that point to release the Causeway collection. But it was based on a feedback from we had about 30 odd people at that tasting, to make it quite clear. All of those drinks that they gave us that night, they could have sold us at that point. We would have bought them all because it was absolute quality stuff, you know. And I think they took their long, it took a long time, but they did it in the end, you know. And it's we're now seeing all these cask strength expressions coming out, a big age statement product. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Which is really nice to see. So that's the beauty of the club, I suppose. But it's it has a bit of influence, I think, within certain parts of the Irish whiskey industry, more so in the north rather than the south. But nice that they want to come and listen to us, and get that honest feedback. That's been key.
Yes,
Jim,
indeed.
enjoy that.
Cheers.
Enjoy that.
All right, no, and I, as I say, I brought two. I managed to put my hand in also this muscatel, one to drink and one to hold on to until my son, who was born in 2000.
Oh,
so
your sound is getting low, Jim.
As I say,
I think,
Oh.
yeah. So are other Irish distilleries doing similar things to Bushmills? Paul?
That's interesting.
I would say
interesting.
They were doing it, and I will learn it. Just Bushmills were dragging their heels a bit.
Yeah. I think other distillery. I mean, look, you've got to remember the only other major competitor there is the Middleton distillery, and they've been very experimental in comparison to Bushmills, like really experimental. So lots of different cask expressions coming from the Green Spot range, new stuff from the Powers range, lots of single cask expressions from Powers. Middleton has constantly been changing their program. New Method Madness range is again an experimental series of using different cask variants: chestnut cask, acacia wood, cherry wood.
Cherry.
So all that's
That's
been
what
done.
Doc was saying.
Yeah, all that's been done by Middleton. Less so
unshackled by SWA definitions, right? They're not. They can use chestnut and they can be a bit more mad.
Yeah, sure.
Paul,
I think.
What about the Boan distillery and the Whistler range? Have you had much of that?
The whole range. So the whole range, going back from the first editions which they had, which was the 7-year-old cask strength, they had a 10-year-old and also 7-year-old and also a 10-year-old single malt. They were really nice to start with. That liquid came direct from the Cooley distillery and was manipulated with Boan. Then they've moved on. They've changed supplier. So at the moment, the liquid coming from Boan is from West Cork, and also
I didn't know that.
A little bit then from GND, and yeah, some of that earlier stuff from West Cork isn't great. It's not the best tasting liquid on the market at the moment. And again, no matter how hard you try and manipulate it with the casks, it doesn't improve. Some of
have you tried this one yet?
I have.
The new Mosaic one.
Did it say Mosaic on?
Aye, the single cask.
Yeah, Marsala cask.
Yeah.
So we had that. Now what happened there was during the festival we were sent. I think we did a Boan box. There was 9 in the box in Boan. So we had all of their new expressions. I'm very lucky with Matthew. He'd send me, some whiskies to taste. Have I had the Marsala one? Probably. Do you know what? No. I'm
right,
trying to think
of the most came out there a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I was going to say the most recent one I have to memory would be unreleased as well. There's a couple that are still unreleased that we've had. But even like the PX I Love You, that would have been probably one of the most recent ones. But no, there's good things to come from Boan. Need to say this very quickly. Major things, if you're looking out, Al, they've got the whole. They've got first of all their own liquid now. Now that's going to be 3 years. 3 years before we see that coming out. But they've also done an experimental series with Finn O'Connor looking at old mash bills. Roy, this is very interesting. This is a distillery who are now going to work on, I think, 6 old mash bills, old variants that have been dug up in history from Irish distilleries, and doing it in one distillery and doing outruns of these mash bills. And so we're going to see in about 5 years' time 6 old mash bills coming through this one distillery in different cask variants.
A bit
Very, very
like
interesting.
at Yamazaki, maybe.
Sorry?
A bit like at Yamazaki.
Yeah, Yamazaki.
Yeah. There are different recipes.
I think what's interesting about that, Paul, is that the reason that these producers are doing this demonstrates that they're realizing that there's an audience for this kind of really kind of specialist, enthusiast-driven product. That's and we're seeing it. We're seeing some of the older established producers starting to bring. You talked about IDL; they're bringing more and more product presented for enthusiast palates. We're seeing, the smaller family-run independents, new distilleries, lots of them doing it as well, bringing it out, putting it on the bottle, non-chill filtered. Nothing taken away. We're not adding anything to it other than water to dilute it to bottling strength or whatever. The fact that that's becoming more and more and more a thing is only to be celebrated, I think.
I have no problems, Roy. I have no problems. I always say this as well. I have no problems. See the mass production of blend or the mass production of core range product. And I know that you did laugh, and at the very start we spoke about I could not find in all of my whiskey, and I was looking at hundreds of bottles that day, hundreds of them, and I just couldn't find a core range bottle. And I had to go and find one from an early edition Springbank, because to be frank, I can go into a shop and I can pick up the core range bottles. I have to go elsewhere looking for everything else, and there is definitely a mood change within the industry to realise that people really do want to taste post the core range, but the core range is super important. It's their bread and butter. Like Bushmills is Black Bush or Original Bush. That's the core range. Everything beyond that is really good stuff, So and we've got a few single malts, the 16, the 21, and the 12. But you go beyond that, and it's for the enthusiast, or it's for someone who wants to try something special from that distillery, rather than the core range, which is staple. Bushmills has not been, what is it? The oldest licensed distillery in the world, but is the most constant whiskey producing distillery in the world for its consistency level. Do you know what I mean? Really? And
Yeah, but the owners, Paul, the owners didn't trust really in this brand to propose different things for a long, long time. I remember around 10 years ago, 2 cask strength single cask from Bushmills, because it was La Maison de Whiskey store pick, they were absolutely stunning. But it was just a one-off for just 1 year. And
that's right, Greg.
Back to 40%.
When did Diageo sell Bushmills?
A few years ago.
Sounds like a VPUB question, Roy.
Yeah.
No, a few years ago. And who owns them now?
Your book. So you've
it's the
tequila brand.
Tequila brand, yeah. Let me check. So there's a VPUB tomorrow evening.
In 2014, 2015, I think.
Yeah, Casa Cuervo took them in 2014.
I would go for about 6 years ago. But you've got before that, you've got Pernod Ricard are involved, and then you've got Diageo Group, and now you've got the tequila giant, so Cuervo. Look, I think they've, as I say, I think they've come round to this idea that because so many people can ask for it and will, like we showed hands down that people were willing to pay for this type of whiskey. We were like, we take the money out the pocket right now and we take the samples you have on the table because it's so unique that they were able to do it. They've been proven right because out of they've released, was it 7 already? They've released 7 potentially of these Causeway bottles, and they sold out the majority of them very quickly. You know what I mean? So that's they've proved their own point. The only one that will stay on the shelf for a long period of time is the 10-year-old cognac finish, which is in Germany, and that's because there was 5,000 bottles of it, and that will stay in Germany for a little while. But everything else, 168 bottles in the UK, and a couple thousand of the other bottles to France and a couple of other countries. Very, very, very well done. Good bit of marketing there.
What I like about the Whistler, even though they're sourcing the stuff, they're doing it at 46%. It's natural colour, it's unchilled filtered, and that bodes well for the future of the stuff that they do. And I remember another thing, Alex Thomas has the Saxon, which is very, very good for a 40%. And I remember doing a review of it and saying, this is bloody good stuff. It's a really, one of the most standout bottles you could get, with a hexagonal shape and all the effort going on. And,
honestly, I'm not a fan.
I said, imagine what this would be like if it was a cask strength. I'm not mentioning any names, there was a couple, but one in particular said, fucking wise up.
More expensive.
Does Bushmills do anything over 40%? To which I replied was, well, technically speaking, when it comes from Bushmills,
our host is left.
Oh no! Really?
He needs to be empty as bladder again.
But, do you know what? I'm going to use that punctuation mark of Jim pulling a parachute and jumping out the plane as my opportunity to grab a parachute as well, because I've got to get the beauty sleep for tomorrow, guys.
Oh, you don't need
I'm bailing too. I need to be sharp tomorrow.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I've got Menno's coming on to be his quizmaster. It's not just the quiz at the end; it's the quiz at the end of the year.
Menno, is it your questions we have to ask? We have to answer.
I'm afraid so, Luna.
Oh no, then I'm gonna lose. I'm not gonna even get a pass mark.
Yeah, you.
Me too.
Oh, it was a pleasure.
Is a distinct possibility.
Tonight, my friend.
Roy, I'll be in touch very soon.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Have a happy New Year, everyone, when it comes. If I don't see you tomorrow evening. And if our host does come back in again, if he accidentally rolls back onto the go live button, you could maybe say good night and thanks to him. He's a superstar, is our Jim.
Oh, he is indeed. My point was, a couple of people said to me,
"Yeah, cheers, bye bye, Roy. See you tomorrow."
Bye.
Not do a cast.
Good night. Cheers.
Yeah, you're right.
Now we have to wait for Jim to come back because we're polite, right?
Yeah.
A couple of
never seen that ever.
He did look like he was flagging a little bit.
Does Bushmills do anything in cask strength? And I was like, look, they really don't. But
well,
and then Alex Thomas herself got on to a live stream with Serbius, from the Irish Whiskey magazine. And she said, yes,
we won't do it.
I asked a question, are you wanting to expand the range? Do you want to bring it along, to do an age statement, their cask strength, their stuff? Do you want to expand it a wee bit more? And she said, yes, and we're definitely bringing out the cask strength.
There we go. We will hopefully get cask strength Sexton.
Great. What do you think yourself, Paul? Do you like the Sexton?
I do. The Sexton is good. I do. I appreciate it. I love the idea that the hexagonal bottle goes well with the Causeway Coast. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to come from the Bushmills with their new distillery coming on board. Greg, were you on my chat earlier on? Did you come on to the chat?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I hope that wasn't rude of me, but
that was not odd at all. That was not crazy at all or anything.
If I hadn't disappeared, then I was going to come back in a wetsuit.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Jim?
Oh, I tried to make sort of physical contact with people to say, look, if I don't go to the toilet right now, I'm going to.
Okay, sorry.
Explosion. I was fine, but I apologize, but I just had to disappear.
Okay, Jim,
no problem.
Roy said,
what was lovely without you.
Yeah, I sort of half expected to come back and everybody would have fucked off home, but no, you're still here.
Is that you recharge another 3 hours now, Jim?
Getting a
As
mess.
much as I love you, I'll still abuse you.
Guys, listen.
Okay.
No. Stay there. I tell you what we'll do. We'll wrap this up and then carry it on off screen, shall we?
That's probably better, and then we can abuse each other properly.
Yeah, exactly. It's well.
Al, I have just one question. Are you're not from Derry, aren't you?
No, I'm from the opposite side of the country. If you flipped it over, I'm from the other side.
You're from Belfast, then?
No, I'm 40 miles from that. And see, if you look at Derry or Londonderry, and you know what I'm speaking about, Jim, it's the only word in the English language that has 6 silent vowels. You know.
I don't understand nothing.
It's a very Northern Ireland thing.
Okay,
This is why we call it.
Okay. Just for your information, I spent a year in Dublin, okay, and I wrote my thesis about Northern Ireland conflict. So I know a slight tad bit of what you're talking about, and I still say Derry. Sorry.
Or 6 silent letters. You know.
That's funny.
Just listen to you two. That's all.
No, I was just talking. I was just asking him because he was sending so much tough love towards Jim. So he was just being very, very.
Jim needs
Northern Irish, I think.
Oh no! Alan can say whatever the hell he wants about me. And I can say whatever the hell I want about him. It's just a Northern Ireland thing, really, isn't it?
The most Northern Irish thing is the more you abuse each other, the more you like each other. If somebody insults you, you insult them more, and it's not that you don't like them. It means the more you insult somebody who's a mate in Northern Ireland, the more you like them, and that's what people don't understand.
It's a language that'll never be translated. I don't think.
The more you insult somebody in Northern Ireland, the more you like them.
Yeah.
I just want to show something to Paul, and sorry, it's a show off. I know. I apologize. Do you had this one?
The Nectar of the Daily Drams, not the 24 year, no.
There was a 22, 24, 26. They were awesome, honestly.
Guys, sorry, before this continues, I'm going to stay there. Don't go anywhere. I'll speak to you guys in a minute. I want to, because this could go on all night, and I'll quite happily speak to my guests all night, and I'll quite happily carry on with them. But it's just getting into conversation, which doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot to the community. Listen, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much. I hope you had a very good Christmas, Kwanzaa, whatever it is you celebrate. Whatever. I've sort of lost touch of what was going on there myself. I have to apologize. I lost touch with some of my guests because I just, if I hadn't have dashed off, I was just going to be a mess. There was a towel here ready for me. It was that bad, but thank you all for being here with me tonight, and not with me, with us. It's just been a mad experience, which I have thoroughly enjoyed, and it's so nice to have so many of it. It's so nice to be back, as I said earlier on, in the bosom of the community again, and this will happen more often for me in the new year because I'm changing jobs again, and for the better. And I'm looking forward to it. But for now, thank you for joining me in 2020. Here's to 2021. As I said, I will be back more often than I was at the end of 2020, and I hope to see you then. Look after yourselves, look after each other, and here's to your good health. Cheers, my friends.